Hello guys, can you hear me? Is my sound alright? Let me know. Hello guys, can you hear me? Echo here, sorry. That should be better. Alright guys, great. Alright, how are you doing guys? It's been a long and stressful week at Star Vault, but exciting times, as you know. Stepping into the release phase, starting now, getting closer and closer to going live. So yeah, we are ramping up, entering a new phase pretty much now, which we call the release phase. So we've got a lot of exciting stuff in the upcoming weeks. And we're getting very close to housing, as you know, just around the corner. So it's going to be very exciting to see a lot of structures going up on Mirland, and hopefully things will be quite smooth when we let you guys go at it. But yeah, it's going to be really good to test that throughout the beta now as well. Nice job on the trailer, thank you very much, and thank you guys for helping with quite a bit of the sceneries. As you may recognize, we captured quite a bit from in-game during the beta, so it's real content with many of you guys being the background characters and stuff. So yeah, hello from Gothenburg. Hello. Yeah, I'm really happy with how the trailer turned out. I think it really, gave that nice feeling to the game, and the goal was to kind of hit a similar level as our old trailer part 1 and 2 from the first game. That was very successful as well, and people really liked those trailers. We wanted to capture that essence with a very epic music and epic sceneries. Kind of post strikes. What's going on? Let's see. Kind of post strikes TV. Thank you for the subscription. So yeah, really happy how the trailer turned out, and seems like you also liked it. So that's awesome. Nice game. Yeah, thank you. And it's exciting to see new faces showing up now as well when we enter the pre-purchase release phase, and as you know, it's also available now on Steam in pre-purchase. They call it early access. It's not the typical early access state we are in. As you know, we've been in the closed beta for a while, but they have a few rules we simply have to apply and follow when it comes to enabling it to pre-purchase state that we are in right now. We also want to make sure our shop on our website works. We are trying some marketing pinpoints to see how we can pinpoint our audience group and stuff like that. So a lot of things goes into place now, the upcoming weeks, starting pretty much from this week. Henrik, $40 for a sub is brutal. Yeah, that would be quite expensive. Our subscription will be $14 when we go live in January, so it's not the sub price. It should be very clear on both our website and on Steam. Sir Hob, thank you so much for the gifts, and welcome to the stream.
Oh my god, another one.
So yeah, the $40 is or it is, yeah, the $39 package is you get the game, obviously. You get instant access to the closed beta that we are in right now. And you also get a month of subscription when the game goes live. So it's quite a normal price on the package. And obviously we need to make some money, right? We have been working very hard for several years and, struggling quite a bit. And just having a very high burn rate to pay all the salaries and just making this game. And now we're entering the phase to start pinpointing those final stuff, and hopefully we will be able to deliver a successful game with a successful future, so we all can continue to enjoy this type of game. I'm just wondering about the blinding lightning in the game right now. So, so we have an eye adaptation feature in the game that we're using from Unreal Engine, and that is mimicking a very realistic feature that is in your eyes. So if you imagine if you're in a dark cave for a minute and then step out into light area, you get very blind, right? Everything is super bright, you can't even see. That function we have enabled because it helps us quite a bit in revealing details and allowing you to see in dark environment. And as you know, our game have quite a bit of dark environments, a lot of caves and underground, and we want to make sure that you can see nice details in those darkness when it's quite dark. So it depends a lot on where you are and what you focus on. If the majority of your screen is a dark area, that means you're going to be able to see, because we suffered a lot from this before. All dark texture went pitch black, so it looked very unnatural, and we just killed all the art and detail that we invested in the textures. So that is fixed now. But yeah, if you go out in bright light and you're still focusing on the darkness, those bright lights in the background or in the size of the screen will be quite bright. So it depends on where you are and where you focus. If you focus on the brightness, the opposite will happen. Your eyes will adapt again to darken the screen, and that means the other dark area of the screen will be even darker. So it's a nifty little feature that mimic real life eye adaptation functions, and it also helps us to reveal details data in dark textures, which was killed before that function. The contrast is way too much. We really like the contrast. So as you can see from the first game, we always wanted to create the Mortal Line filter, Mortal Line feeling. And it's a very atmospheric, dark, gritty, gloomy world. Not always just very happy and bright and blend. So we worked hard to get that high contrast, specific tone, a little bit like the movie 300, right? But in our own way. So and people like that filter. It looked very specific for Mortal Line, and obviously we hope that the majority will like that kind of look and feel as well, rather than a happy rainbow blend color setup. But sure, we understand that, obviously, again, personal tastes and everything, right? Will breeding come before launch or after? People are hating it for a reason. Well, the majority seems to think it's very exciting and look very good. When over time, when we try to solve this dark area, the visuals changed a little bit, and at a point people said, what the hell, why does the alpha of Mortal Line and the old game look even better when it comes to lightnings and contrast? And that is because we slowly lost that root and that soul. So we stepped back, made sure we cover that, and also fix the darkness of the darkness issues. And since then, people were super happy. So I think it's, again, a personal opinion. Obviously, everyone won't agree at all time, but we're very happy to see the old gritty look coming back, at least, and making it look a little unique as well. I heard many complaints about it so far. Yeah, you can trust me that we get a lot of feedback, both on Discord forums and emails, and obviously we try to look at that to see, is there a problem, is there something that needs tweaking, and we were pretty much blown away with the feedback that finally the game looks like Mortal again. So, like I said, there are always room for some tweak. For instance, some areas of the world have very bright textures, which obviously suffers more from if you're in the eye adaptation in darkness and stepping out. So those areas need a specific tweak for us to be fully happy with those areas. The bloom is too high. It's pretty much turned off. So I think you're referring to the eye adaptation brightness, which I just described. Can farming occur next to a house? You will be able to build a farm along with the TC package, the first package pretty much. So that's when you can build your own farm. When is Beastmaster coming out? I don't have the exact date. I have to look up those specific things. But we're working on a few things like domination is being underworked on. It should be in one of our near patches as well. We need dark clouds. Yes, of course we do. And we need a dark region from the Herabalter borders. We're getting that back, and as you can see, Galcor got some of those, the smoky furnace look back finally as well. Dumpa Fauna, thank you for the gifts. Fauna. Does anyone like Fauna in here?
Oh my god,
Another one. I heard that you guys are waiting for an Unreal Engine update until the node lines can be fixed. Can you comment on this? No, so the node lines, this is a topic that is pretty much never ending. We understand it's a little bit confusing to be on all those update on all those eras, but a node line has nothing to do with Unreal Engine. What many players confuse with node line is level streaming. When you stream a level, you stream it in or out from your memory. And level streaming in Unreal Engine have a few major issues right now for this type of large game, and that's when you notice frame freeze, or just your computer is lagging a few seconds, or freeze in a second to two until it goes back to normal frame rates. That is when your computer is streaming a level, and that part, yes, have a few major issues that kind of halts your system, and that is looking to be improved or fixed in the new version of the engine. So yes, we don't plan to add or invest too much more time in that area because we know Epic Games are already covering it in the new engine updates. So yeah, that will help with those areas. There are room for us to pinpoint that, okay, this area have a specifically harsh stuttering area. We can always go in those specific areas and kind of rework them a little bit to improve them, but the best solution is obviously to get the upgraded streaming solution from Epic Games, which we're waiting on. So yeah, the node lines, the only way for you to notice a node line is when you ride on a mount and your mount goes invisible and then comes back again after a few seconds when you continue to ride. I'm sure you guys have experienced that on Milan when you run over the world. That is one of the node line issues, and that is on our roadmap to fix during the beta we are now. So there's not many issues or areas where you can notice a node line other than pets following you or riding on a mount. Those are the specific things that get affected, and yes, we plan to fix those. Let's see. When we player housing have stable and bank capability, that comes with our upcoming expansion on housing, which is the TC functions. So that's gonna give you more and more of those specific functions. So first we start as you see on the roadmap, basic housing system, castles, strongholds. It's not very basic, it's very large systems, but we call it basic so it's more clear that we're not getting the TC functions or siege functions. That is two separate systems that are coming after housing. Ice Master, thank you for your subscription. When are we getting squirrels? So there's one system we are slowly starting to work on, and that is I mentioned a little bit before in a previous stream of ours. We are building on a new system that kind of gives additional layers of life in the world, and that's where we want to have those kind of critters or small animals, squirrels, similar types of small creatures that jumps around on trees, up on trees, just like you would expect in real life. So it's kind of adds that layer, but you can still engage with them, shoot an arrow at them, catch them, and there's a loot on it as well. And this system is planned for a bit later, but that's going to give that additional layer of small wildlife creatures running around in the world. That's is a nice feature for the game, we believe. What hair wax do you use? I use a very matte wax, and just very little. So I don't remember the name of it. It's different brands every time. But yeah, just a little bit to try to keep that touch, Would it also fix animals that are following you through the node line when vanishing? Yes, that is the same thing as when your horse goes invisible. So that is the big bad node line issues we need to solve. Are there any plans for more mechanics in melee combat, such as chambers, deflects, or maybe even small side steps? There are room for a few more mechanics that we are gonna implement later on, along with quite a bit of different weapon groups, attacks, abilities, moves. But there's a few areas where we need to be very careful, and that is very quick steps or very quick reaction and reaction that could cause frustration when it comes to our ping normalization and latency. As you know, it's also a very hot topic. We have done a lot of magic. My coders have done a lot of magic when it comes to allowing one world server setup with America, Europe, and Asia pretty much to play in the same world on very close rules when it comes to latency. So that means it doesn't matter if you have 5 in ping or 200 in ping, because we have a system in place to make sure that it's predicted, and there's a ping normalization to make sure it's fair game. And that's just a huge step up from the first game. And we try to make it very clear what that means, because there's this never-ending topic, coming from a game like Counter-Strike. It's unfair for me with 200 ping from this distance versus those with 10 ping. But it's not really true that's an error, because like I mentioned, we have a few systems in place that you can't utilize 9 in ping. Your ping normalized. So, and that obviously puts some strain on what kind of mechanics and how quick mechanics we can rely on. So we need to be quite careful there. And that is why we only have what we have so far, a very solid core foundation. And then we kind of move on from there slowly but steady. Let me catch up to the text here. On 8 gigs of RAM, will I experience problems except long loading times? Other specs are on recommended levels. RAM is one of those things that are quite cheap today if you're not buying the next generation ultra speed memories with super low latencies. But you don't need that pretty much. You just need a good amount of RAM, and that not only speeds up your general gaming experience in all the games in Mortal Online, but also your whole computer gonna get fresh life and energy boost. So 8 gigs is quite harsh. your Windows and background software are utilizing quite a few of those, and then you have just a little bit over from online, and that means your memory needs to swap quite a lot. And swapping memory, utilizing your hard drives and such, that is very poor performance, and that may result in quite a bit of stuttering every now and then. So it's always a good upgrade overall, no matter what you do in a computer, if you crank in at least 16 gigs of RAM, and they're quite cheap today. Can you please add option to turn off shadows for performance? So we try to work a lot on the lowest setting, and also up to the highest setting, to make sure that there's a minimal performance impact on your client, and also because we want the game to look good overall, right? So you may have noticed that when you go from lowest to highest, the game still looks quite good, and if you look at your FPS, there's not much going on there. There's a few states that cost when you go to the highest steps, and that is just if you really want it and need it and have the hardware for it. But going from the lowest and up to the medium step, we're talking about 1-2 frames in most cases. Obviously it depends a little bit on what kind of generation of graphic cards you have and such. But really, if we just allow you to turn it off, it's a minimal impact, but the game looks pretty much not as we designed it or wish it to look, and have that kind of same experience for everyone. So that is also why we're a little bit careful there, but worked quite a lot on having that minimum as a solid performance step. Shoulder pets. We will see down the road. There's one system that we have now that we have created, and that also came a little bit with tier 2 AI. We have a state where players versus AI can interact and connect together in a very cool, kind of unique way when it comes to MMOs. And that allows us to expand on very cool areas, like shoulder pads could be one of those examples. So we see more and more of those, especially we also have planned to being able to mount almost every suitable creature in the game world as well over time. So that's going to happen quite a bit there in those areas. We just need a bit more time until we expand on it. Will more sound and music be added to the world, ambient, combat, etc.? Yes, we plan to add a few areas, and I fully agree. Sound and music is a very big component in these games to give that nice feeling, nice immersive experience to the game. So we try to see where we can upgrade that. Obviously, we don't have the luxury to have a full team studio just creating awesome sound effects and music for this game. We are a small independent company still. So again, it's a struggle where we where do we invest all our effort and resources, and how do we obviously handle the next secondary important area. And we don't want to down prioritize sound, obviously, because I know how important it is for the feeling. Just when we added those fatality blows and those crunchy sounds, it feels like, wow, great feeling. It's really raw, and we see that reaction on players when they join it for the first time, when you club them down. So obviously sound ties to this quite a lot. So we try to buy services and sound from very high quality studios and different types of ways to expand on that. And yeah, we're actually looking a little bit also to expand some of the strength and violence when you see big fight happening on distance and nearby as well. So we're trying to add a little bit there as well. And yeah, we're working on the weather system, as you know, trying to synchronize those on the server side. And obviously that means that we need to have a good sound picture for those effects as well. So it's kind of a work in progress. We'll be able to tame the small creatures. Where it makes sense, then yeah, I guess so. It depends on what kind of animal, I would say. Henrik, hello, George, Pedro. Will any new Flora come with the new Fauna in the next patch? I don't keep up-to-date track when it comes to where those things goes in exactly. I need to look over our detailed schedules. But we are planning to add quite a bit more of the floras. And as you know, we have quite a bit of the creatures coming in as well. And in this stream, I'm also gonna reveal one of our upcoming, it's in a work in progress, rough, but we are kind of happy with the intention with it, the design behind it. And it's a new species that's gonna awakens that you can find on Mirland and maybe in other places as well. But there are some very cool creatures and bosses coming for sure, and there will be some Flora as well. And I love the game so far. Great game, Mortal 2. Coin bags, thank you so much, and we are very happy to hear that. And I'd like to see no line fix for next update. Not yet, no, we need more time. So we have to endure a little bit more during the beta. 16 gigabytes recommended. I had issues with 8 gigs. Lucky RAM is pretty cheap. I have 8 gigs, works fine. Alright. When placing a house stronghold, if a wolf brush or other plant is in the way, will the house still be placeable? We're going through that now as well, and that is also part of the test. When we patch the housing, you're gonna most likely find some of these where we have to change some of the plants or stones, etc. So we are really looking forward to hearing the feedback and your reports, because we can only test it so much in the isolated testing environment. But obviously, when we push this patch live, we expect a lot of you guys to be interested in building and testing that system, and that will give us a very good picture of what kind of modification we need to do in some of the plants, stones, or whatever. So we will see exactly what is needed. Pandas before or after release? I can't say for sure actually, but it's actually been on the table a little bit now lately when more of those creatures we plan to is finished. So there is a chance we have a panther before release, but I can't promise it at this point. I'm not 100% sure. Oh my god. Pretty Lord, thank for the subscription. We will get the option to keybind right left swings, same as we already can with overhead stab. Yes, we will try to cover that. It should be on the wish list pretty much. Will fish be collectible, and will they have a rare size and weight? Also, have you played Stardew Valley? Webjacko, I have not played Stardew Valley, but the fish in question, yeah, so every type of creature pretty much you can catch on hook have a normal minimum to maximum size, and there's some rare component factor where you can get that really old fish that is very big. So that is why I'm really excited to do that fishing contest with you guys when we hit the fishing patch, so we can see who catches the biggest of whatever species we may put as one of the key components for the challenge. So first of all, you need to find how you hook these type of fish. So that is kind of exploring a little bit. And then who catches the biggest one, you know. So there could be some fun stuff there. So there's, I mean, I love the fishing system. It's quite complex. It uses the core base from the first game. And there's a huge universe to just explore and figure out when it comes to fishing Immortal Online. I will. Shit, I'm so behind. Sorry, guys. I'm jumping down a little bit so I can see more the frequent questions. If I miss something important, feel free to repeat once. Are we getting by our next patch? I'm not 100% sure. I know the guys have been doing something with that area because, as we mentioned before, we were missing one piece on one of the sites. There's been multiple areas worked on that system, and one of those sites haven't been delivered yet, but it should be delivered as soon as possible so we can have that function finally. I want to bind mouse wheel roll. Yeah, I think that is part of the wish list on those options for your combat setup. Respawning at house before launch. I doubt it. I doubt it at this point. Yeah. Go check out Stardew Valley. It's some great fishing mechanics. I will be happy to check it out. We are too far though in pretty much to change the core mechanics because we got pretty much the highest rates ever when it come to the fishing system from the first game. But there was one big component missing from it, and that was the fun part of reeling in, struggle with the fish. And the goal now is to, you know, have that as designed and fully implemented this time around. So you get the complexity and the deep of it that was highly valuable in the first game, but you now also should get the exciting part when you actually read and have player skills catching that fish. So and we're very excited about it, and we think it's an awesome system. But yeah, I can't say, you know, how that compare with Stardew Valley, unfortunately, at this point. But I'm sure if you're a fisher guy and interested in that type of gameplay, I don't think you will be disappointed about our fishing system. What step will Immortal Line take to punish exploiters, dupers, and remove all of their laundered duped items mats from the game? And where because of New World response to that issue? Yeah, so obviously a very important part of our game that we had to experience for a few years in the first game, and we're very happy to get that experience so we can obviously do the absolutely best we can this time around. As you can see, yes, even New World and those giants with unlimited resources and hundreds, even thousand developers working on that game seems to suffer quite a bit from those struggles and issues. Ibaru Moo. Thank you for the donation, man. So yeah, obviously, like I said, we have learned a lot of how we can track them and discover them. That is obviously one key component because, you know, over the time, it's a very complex game. And obviously, we have taken all these years to kind of fill all those holes and prevent dupes from happening in the first place. That is obviously the first step. And that had gone extremely far. I mean, we've been working on this for 15 years now to eliminate all those weaknesses in the game. So that is obviously one of the main components. And then, just like you said, even though that in place, we need to have tools and systems to track and recognize that. And also, obviously, the tools and systems to be able to handle that. Obviously, if someone do any of those illegal actions in the game, You know, obviously if you do it by mistake and directly contact us, then it's fine. We will look into that if that's the case. But if someone, you know, finds something like that and abuses that mechanic, then you can rest assured that that account and player will be permanently banned from the game. And those items are, you know, we're tracking those items in a database with unique ID, and we have, you know, more refined tools to make sure that we can remove them from the game. And that also means obviously you need to be, you know, it's always good to be careful if someone random guy is stepping forward and giving you a few millions of gold coins. Obviously that is quite fishy, right? And you should report that to avoid loss or, you know, going deep into you know, illegal parts of the game that we have zero tolerance against, and we will take it extremely seriously to make sure that we remove any dupers, any exploiter or cheater at all costs. That is our number one enemy in the game, and we will have zero tolerance against that. We'll be able to see the fish that we caught. So you will see when you catch it, you will see in your inventory what type of fish it is. What we're looking at now is some bonuses. We want to take it a step further from the first game, because you never saw the fish dangling on your hook in the first game. You kind of you had the interaction with the hook and line and you pulled it in, and then congratulations, if you managed to catch the fish, it appeared in your inventory in a little message. We do want to add a little on top of that you actually can see your actual fish being hooked. But as you can understand, we have, you know, hundreds of different types of fishes and creatures that you can hook. And if we need to create a 3D model for all of those, so you can see it dingle for a few seconds on the rope before you put it in your bag, that is quite an insane amount of work for very little content other than that view at that point. But we're looking, because it will be fun and great to see that, right? So we may be able to do something like have them as group. That could be you know, one way to doing it. So like if it's a small fish, medium fish, big fish, you can at least see those variation very quickly when you pull it in. So you get an idea, you catch something big or small or medium. And it could be categories like, okay, this was a squid type, this was a crab type or whatever, or a fish type, or even a SOS bottle, who knows, right? But that is a bonus thing that we would like to have, but we're not sure at this point. And like I said, there's not too much use of that small moment where you see it, but it's a cool thing, right? So we will see. Can I have an aquarium in my house? If yes, will there be a size limit and where we can put it? It's an interesting question. I haven't thought about an aquarium, and I wonder if we consider, you know, back in the days, in these old days, if you create an aquarium, how would it look, and how would the quality of the water and such be without, you know, proper cleansing tools, these filters, and, you know, making sure that water is moving around, you know, those things, right, in a aquarium. Because if you fail on those steps today in real life, your fish is dying and it looks like a mess, right? So how would that work in those olden days would be my first question, if it's even viable. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, could be cool, I guess. We will see if it's suitable down the road, but nothing we have planned for right now, at least. When we get world events such as meteor strikes, something similar to demon pillars and relics to create PvP hotspots like the airdrops and all the things in the first game. We will. There's a few things we need to rewrite in those and refine to improve them, make them even better and greater. Again, we had that experience from the first game to see these things worked very good and people enjoy them. Obviously, we're gonna reuse those mechanics and refine them. And then there were some components, mechanics that wasn't as great or fun or good working. Those we obviously need to rewrite or consider changing or skipping. Those meteor strikes going down from the air was quite successful, and people thought it was exciting things that they could participate or not. So we do plan to put them into the game, a bit refined again, like I said. But we plan to add some of those. Again, some of these depends on, again, if we can keep on expanding the team, because then obviously that means we can cover more of those features at the same time. But without expanding, just we're looking now, obviously that is our plan we're always starting from. We have quite a direct order of things. You know, we have the housing system, we have TC and sieging systems. So, and then, you know, somewhere around these components, that's also where you may benefit and be interesting in participating in these drop events that we plan to cover somewhere around those time eras as well. That's why did you put Two Step From Hell popular soundtrack for the gameplay trailer? It makes it look cheap. You need original or less known piece to draw people. I don't agree. I think it's a masterpiece, and I have a close relationship with those guys, and I like working with them, and they do pure masterpieces, and we try to handpick some of those golden eggs that just fits our promotion or trailer, whatever we want to showcase. Obviously, creating something highly custom takes a lot of time and costs a lot of money. We don't have that luxury at this time, and you know, it's also a big risk. Do I get goosebump from it? Will it be a, you know, give us that feeling I was looking for? There's a high chance that may not happen, and that means we are working on something that we're not sure if it's going to deliver that or not. So now we found something that this fits, gives the goosebumps, we love it, and the reaction have been the same for, you know, everyone that watched it so far. But again, personal taste, we can't make everyone happy. We fully understand that some people may not agree. Has the price of the castle deed cost been confirmed? We have actually played around with that a little bit today, and so just to give you some kind of idea of it, the stronghold we have now is a little bit larger than the keep from the first game. So that kind of puts us, if we look at the mass and cost, we are a bit above the stronghold cost on our new stronghold because it's larger. And the castle is like more than twice the size as a stronghold, which also means we're looking at something similar step up in terms of resources and money. So maybe that gives you some kind of idea what we're looking at here. We're getting furniture with the house next patch. No, unfortunately not with that patch. I mentioned before that we run into a small issue that made us not be able to deliver the furniture system at this point. But we have worked on that plan to try to make it happen, so you will get the furniture in some of the upcoming patch instead. So yeah, that was a little unfortunate, but yeah, it's one of those things that can become a problem and steal time from the schedule that we obviously need to always work on if those things happen. So not with that patch, at least. Am I falling behind again? Yes, awfully behind. Let me jump down again, guys. OBS Space Cow, thank you for the subscription. I like the trailer. Just lighting, very happy to hear that. Nerf Spears, thanks, bye. Alright. Whoever did your trailer and previews in Modern 1 needs to be rehired. So we did I can tell you that we did exactly the same thing this time around as we did 10 years ago, whatever it was, like 12, 13 years ago when we did the first trailers of the first game. So we're a few people recording a lot of stuff from in-game. So, you know, we're kind of freestyling, right? Capturing a lot of features from the game and showing the game, everything in-game. And then I work a lot on the music. I pick the music and kind of try to set it up. And then I'm working with Mats, our genius when it comes to editing and cutting and doing pure magic in creating this masterpiece of a trailer using that content. So that's how we did it in the first game, and that's how we did this trailer now as well. So kind of nostalgic feeling to go back to that. So Matt's got all those materials that we have produced and gathered, and also a lot thanks to you guys. And then Matt's have been just killing it, creating that masterpiece for us. So yeah, really happy with it. It was good, but scared to say that it was a masterpiece. T-zoning. I mean, obviously, I think it's a masterpiece. Working on it, I mean, it's not that we work on cutting and doing that for months. Matt's got a quite harsh deadline on delivering that, and you know, same thing with us recording the content for it. And you know, it became what it was. You know, we only had all that content to work with, but I was super happy with it. I personally think it was a masterpiece. I got the goosebumps. I got super excited. I want to play the game. It shows very cool content from it. So I think I have the right to personally call it a masterpiece. My opinion, at least. You don't have to agree. Trailer was very much liked on YouTube channel for IGN with 60k views yesterday. Yeah, it's really nice. I saw IGN pick it up as well, and getting a lot of views. I love to see horses having buffs based on the terrain they're walking on, snow, steppe, grass, etc. I fully agree, Mogstar, and that is something that most likely will happen. It's just that we don't have the time right now. But we have a specific way of creating the roads in the world. You may have seen some of those. And I think, or the plan is that we will hook that road data up, that if you're running on those, there's a small bonus. It makes sense, right? It's a nice, even road for your horse or wagon to use. So we're looking into a possible boost there, you know, kind of like a little bit better speed, a little less stamina drain because it's convenient and flat. So I fully agree. I love how the trailer did not show any bullshit stuff you can't actually do in game. It was really good. Yeah, thank you, Gamble. And yeah, that was the purpose, and simply also because we didn't have any time to create any, like you call, bullshit or anything that we don't have. So we just run right in, pretty much on the live server, recorded on normal players and flying cameras, and that's it. So yeah, like I said, I'm very happy with it. When a bug report is sent, its location of the player automatically reported. Yes. Yeah, nice trailer. I mean, the response to the trailer is amazing. So, you know, it looks like majority think it was a really good gameplay trailer, similar to the old one from the first game, part 1 and part 2. So, yeah, I couldn't be happier with the results. 2 months left, Henny. Space Ghost, welcome, and indeed, we're getting close. We're getting close. Really good trailer. He's a troll. He said the trailer was a masterpiece, even the music was okay. Something's wrong with you. All right, Zuni, we got it. We got it. We can't all agree that it was a good trailer or whatever we think. We all have different opinions, right? And that's fine. 61 days. I think the trailer was apart from the end with a weird looking spin. Yeah, it depends on, again, I guess, who you ask or what you think about it. I did a few test cases on that on people that are gamers, not aware of Mortal 9 and aware of Mortal 9, and it got an approval. But sure, I understand that it's, you know, different for everyone. I see trailer 14 times and return game. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ibaru. Get an update on many Mode 2 mugs you've shipped. Coffee people need to know. I haven't looked at it, so I have no clue what the numbers may be. I don't think we have shipped or sold that many mugs. You know, every now and then someone buys some of our merchandises, and that's awesome to see. The support is, you know, obviously extremely appreciated. Everything helps when it comes to developing the game. Was good enough to get 3 of my skeptic friends to get the game. That is awesome. I mean, we all know Mortal 9 is a big, quite complex and deep game, depending on what you want to do in the game. And maybe you not just jump in for 5 minutes and then, wow, you're in the depth and know what's going on. It takes some time to get on those journeys and explore, right? And obviously, a gameplay trailer, we can jump very quickly to all those different areas to show features, show the world, show some different creatures and some different actions. So yeah, that was the purpose, and I think does it work quite well. Hell yes, Henrik. It was raw and will shut off the game. Yeah, I agree. I'd have liked a trailer more like my play style. 3 hours of gathering, then I get too high and go to sleep. I did like the trailer, by the way. All right, great to hear it. Plans for other merc designs beside Mortal 9 2, text or clay symbols. I mean, right now we don't have any plans, but like I said, you know, the reason we put those mercs on the website is because, you know, you guys, you wanted to see some of those options and you wanted to support us, so we made it happen. And if there's anything else that you want us, you know, see to add or anything like that, we try to look into that whenever there's a time over, and if it's possible, then we try. No, it's more streaming after that new video dropped. I'm getting people excited. It's getting people excited. Yeah, I mean, again, we are a small company, so obviously we can't spend millions on marketing. We need to be very careful how we market the game and where we actually invest some of our fundings to marketing the game. And a proper gameplay trailer to show the game, how you know, what you can do in the game, is a very effective and good way for us. We have to invest some time, obviously, and plan it and create it, but the return, I think, is very valuable. So yeah. Come on, Eric, sneak peek. Yeah, well, in a short moment, I'm gonna show you a little sneak peek. When we have expanded chat functionalities such as the ability to create tabs, ignore players, and adjust text size. Good question. It's one of those quality of life, obviously, that we do want to have as soon as we can. But right now, as you know, we have the roadmap and a lot of polish and fixes in the background. Obviously, we don't release that, but that is also a big task. So we simply need time over for one at least of our coder to spend some more time on expanding that. But I fully agree, it lacks some of those quality of life functions that makes things better and easier for us. So we have to see. I mean, we're working towards to delivering obviously the roadmap now, and then we're going to continue just as normal, create that next roadmap and deliver on those steps. Jay was great except for the music, in my opinion. all right. First time viewer. First time playing Mortal Online. I gotta say, I love the magic in the game. Keep it up. I can't wait till more spells. Jerry, thank you for the feedback. And you know, there's right now we only have, as you may know, 2 magic schools in the game, so it's quite small content type when it comes to when we're looking at what we have planned for the game in the long run. So we have ecumenical school and spiritism school, 2 schools out of around 13 schools. So we only have a small part of magic. And therefore also we obviously understand that those that really are deep into magic and want to have a lot of that, you know, doesn't have much of it right now. And we also have 2 quite specific rules on these 2 magic schools. Some like them, some hates them, some are fine with it. But it's obviously also great to hear people that find them interesting and exciting. They have specific rules, like I said, and there will be other schools that allows you to do completely different types of spells, but also projectiles going straight out and have an impact depending on someone goes into it or jumps out of it, and that is different from the current schools, the current ecumenical school. So yeah, there will be more for sure. Necromancy is the 3rd magic school that are being worked on, and that will come in the game sometime after release. Quite cool school also. It involves rituals, kind of like crafting your dead army, and there are some specific spells as well that can be used in a very cool way, unique for necromancy. And thought on having health threshold tied to horse speed will help foot fighter deal with mounter running away. Yeah, we intend to have, we haven't got to that yet actually. We intend to have all creatures in the world should have some kind of penalty the closer to death they are. And there should be some kind of penalty on your horse as well. So you kind of have to adapt to that if your horse is close to dying. So you can expect to see something going in on the mounts, but also pets and animals in general. And beasts. If we get more lore at release, some clays have 3 paragraphs and others have an SAE. The plan was or is to have kind of equal amount for all of them and updated and in correct state. Mats have been working a little bit on doing that task, but again, it all comes down again to what we have time to do in this period of time. But plans are to expand on it, yes. All right, let me get back on track again here. Sorry, guys.
Oh
my god. Dumpa Fauna donated. Thank you so much. Donation to the pizza and beer account for an awesome trailer. Go trailer. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. What a gold price going to be if I keep these? So there's one new thing I can tell you about. In Mortal 1, when you built a keep there, you just constructed it once, right? And then it was done. That's it. This time around, everything is in tiers. So when you build a stronghold, which is bigger than the keep in the first game, or a castle, that is the biggest one in Mortal 2, that means that you start on tier 1 on those as well. So your castle starts on tier 1, and then you can upgrade it to tier 3. That's when it's biggest and maxed out pretty much. And every step costs money and resources. And trying to remember what kind of price we set on the I think we were around 9,000 gold for the stronghold, if I'm not mistaken, as a baseline for tests, and a little bit more resources than the keep for the in the first game, because again we're trying to follow some logic when it comes to how big it is, what's the mass, and the castle is more than twice the size of a stronghold, so that will also go up quite a bit. Node line will not be fixed in the next patch. Not yet, we're working on it. I missed the trailer, play it again. You can look it up at, or let me see. So you can watch it on wait, choo-choo. Yeah, that should be the link to the YouTube if you haven't seen the trailer yet, or on our website actually as well. 9k gold for a stronghold, sloppy as Joe. Are you surprised? So it was pretty much the same price for the keep in Mortal 1, and it's bigger than that. So you're getting more than that. But we look at roughly around those numbers. And like I said, a stronghold is supposed to be a team effort, right? God damn. No, I mean, if you are a group of 20 to 35 and you all set out a goal to make money for that task, I'm pretty sure you will do that quickly. You know, it's always been the case. I have no doubt that that will happen very quickly for you guys that are going straight for that. The castle should be around 12,000 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Again, these numbers are not final. We are using this as a baseline when we patch the housing patch for you guys. And we're gonna see from those that have from nothing to little money to those that have quite an amount of money and resources to see the process, the feedback, how everything goes, and then, you know, tune it from there on. No, it's the full price. The full price. So for all tiers. Same for the stronghold. So it's yeah, that is a big difference. So not just for tier 1. It's when you take all the 3 steps. The walls are in ruins, so you pretty much just have to go there, bring the resources and rebuild it. And then you can also upgrade those walls further into more strong, majestic stuff. Yes, you need a D to upgrade the tiers. Gold does not have that much value. Houses will add more value to gold. Gold things are good. It's true. There's obviously constructing things in cities requires a decent amount of gold, and it also requires you to pay the upkeeps, the taxes. So gold will have a bigger value and impact. You always need it. So yes, that is a quite important component. We get chests in the house come next, anything else? Yeah, we will add the chests so you can store things, and the construction chests. And we'll look into now, since like I said, we're not getting the furniture in this first patch, we may add some base things and light sources so it kind of look nice, and you know, you can see when it's dark as well. We're looking into something like that perhaps. Could we get this game in VR? That would be dope. We will, but not. We won't make it for release, but sometime quite soon after is the plan. It's on our schedule. How much for a house? I think That is correct. 150 gold for a small house, if I'm not mistaken. 150 gold for a small house. And then some upgrades. So as I mentioned before, there's a lot of solo players. They ask if they can participate and build their own house. And that kind of sets the bar. So a small house is not extremely expensive. And you can do it solo with, you know, some investments. And then it quickly goes up, obviously, to the castle. Who actually owns a stronghold or castle? Is it bound to a player or a guild? If it's bound to a player and the guy leaves the guild, will the asset be lost for that guild? So right now, in this build, you're going to have the one that plays it is the owner for it. We haven't added all those features yet where you can add co-owners and different access and different tiers. We plan to do that as well, so you can own it together with a few other people and decide who and what level of rank those will have. So, and again, we know that we need to have a system in place, obviously, for if someone goes inactive or disappears and there's a whole guild relying on that. We will put tools in place for you to be able to handle that. We'll houses have lighting inside them of hand torches will really help with that. We're looking to add some base light sources, and then when the furniture hits, that's up to you to decorate however you see fit, including light sources. We will get crafting refining station we can place in our buildings. So that is also, we need a furniture system for you to place benches and such. So that is with that content. So not in this patch right now, but as soon as the furniture hits. 150 too low and easy to make. Everyone and their nan is gonna own a house. Yeah, and that is the purpose. So, you know, 150 gold, that's not too much, right? Any new player that got into the game can manage that after a while. Some of you guys makes it very quick. And then obviously you need to transport all the resources. So you need some metals, you need some stones and some wood to place them there and start constructing. And if you're running, you have to run quite a bit back and forth to supply all those resources for a small house. So again, if you use a pack horse, it's obviously more convenient. And if you're two players, then everything goes even easier. Stop it, Joe, with the donation. Thank you, man. Keep up the great work, man. You guys are second to none when it comes to releasing content and communicating to the players. Thank you so much. Just like in UO, the housing space is the most valuable thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, you know, I've been running around trying to place a stronghold. I showed a little bit like that on my previous stream, right? And it's not too easy to find a proper spot. So you have to do your research first and then try around a little bit when it comes to those grand, big buildings. But a small house, I'm pretty sure that many of you guys will be able to find your favorite spot in the world and build your house there. But yeah, there's also one reason why the world is large. We want you to build, if you want to build close to civilization or far from it or whatever biome you want to live in. And there needs to be a lot of space for that because, you know, just a few thousand players starting to build over time, obviously that's going to be crowded eventually. So, yeah. You know, Ultima Line was a quite large map, right? And just quite quickly, all the space in the world ran out. So even though you bought a house, you couldn't place it anywhere until someone else's house decayed, or you bought a house from another player and then it cost like 100 times more because, you know, demand, supply and demand, right? I guess we will slowly move towards that in Mortal Line as well. That's unavoidable, you know. The DC in EU cost about 100k, but people will sell housing spots for 1 million. Yeah, exactly what I was talking about. Happy Thanksgiving, Henrik. Happy Thanksgiving to all Mortal Line 2 family and friends. Thank you, Deuce. And indeed, Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. We don't celebrate that here in Sweden, but America, it's big, right? But is it only America, or does someone else celebrate Thanksgiving as well? I'm not sure. I don't know. Can the house be destroyed? Doors broken? Yes, your house can be destroyed. And so there's a very important part, and that is when you construct your house. When you move your resources there and start constructing, your house is very weak. You know, it doesn't have its core foundations. So you can bash it down quite easily. And this is where you need to be careful, plan it, and defend it. Because someone could go there with a sledgehammer and take down those walls you just put up. But when you have fully finished the construction, there's an additional defense being added. The normal defense value is added, and which means you can't just bash it down with a hammer anymore. You need a real proper siege machine to take it down. You say now today Thanksgiving. Canada had Thanksgiving 1 month earlier, I think. Canada has a Thanksgiving too, but a different date. All right, I see. So it's only America and Canada, right? In early beta, there was an expert build command. Will there be any summoning magic besides the necro summons? Yes, you will be able to summon quite a few things. The elementalists can summon a few things involving the elements. Demonology will be able to summon and engage with demons, very specifically, very illegal and very secret. And there are, I think there's some other schools that can do some kind of limited or specific summoning as well. So there will be quite a bit. Thanksgiving is a European Christian holiday. Only a couple denominations celebrate it still in Europe. Yeah, I wasn't sure where it is celebrated, but yeah. Hello all, hello. Sneak peek now, alright, you're so impatient, guys. But alright, let me see. So I wanna explain you a few things before I show you this picture. So as you know, we are doing our best to make Mirland exciting, and we never got super far when it comes to the creatures in the first game. And one big thing was that PvE and AI had major issues at the core, which we obviously have changed now for Mortal Kombat 2 and going even much further than the traditional AI PvE. And obviously, along with that, we need cool creatures, right? There's a lot of stuff in the lore as well. Some of those, you know, will make a return or are still there or hidden or died. Preparing us for the sneak peek, eh? Yeah, so we have been concepting one of those creatures with the artist trying to get the right look. As you know, we try to spend a lot of hard work and detail and planning in all the creatures now to make sure they are accurate in the lore, as close as possible, and simply look next gen and awesome to fight and watch, tame or dominate. So this is a very early, I have to say, still a model of this creature, and it doesn't have the texture and material yet. You have seen some of those before, so it's gray, which makes it, you know, it's clear it's a work in progress. But you got to see the anatomy of what kind of creature I'm talking about here, and I actually got the name finally, with some of the details from Mats as well on this creature. It's called, I don't know if I pronounce it correct, but Kaleno or Kalino. I need correction from Mats, but Kaleno. And that is quite specific creature. I don't want to spoil anything about it right now, what it could be, or, you know, anything like that. That is for you to figure out. Or if there comes more lore from mats that evolves it as well that we want to reveal on website or in game. But yeah, let me show you the concept model being, getting in shape right now. Make us guess the name. Don't just spill it. It's already done. That name is impossible. But again, I don't want to spoil what kind of creature it is or anything like that. That is for you to to figure out, because it's quite specific. Let me see if I can find it here. Should be here. So here it is. Quite scary, extremely scary. When you hear this creature in its habitat area, your pulse gonna race. You're gonna be scared, and you're gonna feel like you're playing a horror game, and it's gonna be horrible. So, and as you can see, it looks extremely dangerous and scary as well. How tall though? Good question. I don't have a reference picture to show you the scale, but they're quite large. They are very dangerous, quite sturdy. As you can see, they have a very dense bone and horn material that makes it very dense and very dangerous, as you can see. And yeah, what kind of creatures, why and how and when and if, that is obviously the unknown factor for you as a player. You can't tame this one. No, you can't tame it. Domination, maybe a case. I'm not sure yet. I can't say for sure. What do you think about it, guys? Obviously, it's, like I said, now we're carving the baseline of all the creatures and animals, but we're also stepping into that area that gives you horrific, scary, and very unique and cool creatures and beasts and monsters as well. I've been longing to take that step to show you guys those creatures as well and experience those creatures. So yeah, I hope you like it, guys. I like scary mobs. Yeah, I mean, mortal have always been the common bears, wolves, and such. I mean, the bears and wolves in our game now, I think they look awesome, right? But I think it's time to step into that field of really cool PvE creatures that is unique for Mortal Online and look exciting, and yeah. Yeah, I gave us some dark and gritty monsters and dungeons. Yeah. We are working a lot on dungeons and creatures, like I said. So in these upcoming patches and getting ready for launch, you're gonna have some really cool creatures to fight, from average challenge to very difficult challenge. Looks a bit like a Susa. Yeah. We're looking to add world bosses. So we have a few bosses that we're working on, yes, and some are larger than others. But we're not ready yet for the tier 3 bosses. We are still working on polishing and refining the role, but also, expanding on tier 2. So but there's going to be a lot in tier 2. And as soon as we're ready for a specific component in the AI code, that's when you're going to see the tier 3 AI. What is this? We see goblins. I need my hobgoblins. Looks like my grandmother. We will see mind goblins. You will see the Stein trolls. Those are close to goblins, I would say. Like roaming bosses. So the tier 2 AI bosses is, quite specific, but many different cases. And, you've seen some of them already in Mila. Now you're going to see more of them. The tier 3 AI boss is very, very specific and custom in many ways. It has the whole continent as its dominion and may interact with you in very specific ways. It's not just standing there. There's a very specific case of how it interacts with the world and how you may interact with that. Wow, just returned. What the hell is that? So this is a sneak peek of our current work in progress, upcoming new species in Milan. That is super cool. Yeah, I'm happy you like it, and yeah, it's a new species that we haven't got to in Mortal Online, and we're getting into those scary, unique-looking creatures that you can hunt or be hunted of. You know, some creature you may wanna just flee from because they are scaring the crap out of you. Very violent. What is the name? The name is Kalino. Kalino. And I won't reveal what kind of creature it is. It has a very cool story of what it is, you know, and it's nothing I want to spoil at this point. When is Dominating coming? It's coming in one of our upcoming patches. Should be in early December somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. How do you spell it? So so it has two options. That is how you write it, and it's pronounced Kalino. Sorry, I'm like that. I misspelled that. That thing looks like it's gonna impregnate you. Are releasing in 2 days? No. We are releasing 25th of January. We are in current closed beta. You can purchase the game from our website or on Steam, and you can get instant access to the closed beta right now. But the game is finished for release 25th of January. So we're missing a few components that we are delivering now in our coming patches. In 10 years, I hope I can pronounce it. It's tricky, you know. Mats have a lot of investigation, deep lore, and meanings behind everything in Mortal Online that you can be sure of. And you know, every name and place have a specific meaning and purpose and reason, you know. But yeah, some of those names are tricky to pronounce for sure. What is Necropatch? Fishing is the next magic school. I don't have an exact date yet for Necromancy. We need more time because we're rewriting quite a bit from the first game when it comes to Necromancy as well. With subscription behind on Steam or on your website or both. So we have that on our website, and then we will see if we get additional options. Of hand torches at release. No, not at release. There will be many different types of light sources and options for the players. We're looking at torch options or a lantern option for your belt. And we're looking for magic ways as well to give light sources. But what you will have quite soon is placeable campfires. So you can also place campfires, and that will light up the area. And you also get a resting bonus next to it, and you can cook on it. Once game is released, have you got a roadmap for after release? Yes, we will announce that when we are, you know, closer. Obviously, we need to focus on following up, monitoring, and cover the release. I'm quite sure we can expect some chaos, you know. We've seen that on every step we have taken when we open up for a larger and larger amount of players. And obviously the release for this game, there's a huge amount of players anticipating playing on day one. So obviously there's going to be, I expect some chaos. And that means we need to have everything dedicated in just monitoring and making sure we are as stable as possible. You know, if there's anything that happens, any issues, bugs, or instability, that is our main focus. Obviously, the first period when we release the game, and then when we have make sure everything is under control, that's when we continue on on our roadmap. That was armor plan down the road. Yeah, there are several creatures that we plan to have equipment and gear for. Again, it's just a matter of time of animations and 3D artists building that assets. The more we can hire, the faster or more of those content we can cover at the same time. Is the Thaumator going to be placed more than 2? Sally never made it more than 1. I think so. I think so. If I'm not mistaken. That won't be an excuse on release when people are paying us up, hire more game muscles. Oh, for sure. When we released, we're gonna have 24/7 in-game support and obviously also support outside of the game. That is one of the components why we need a subscription. There's several reasons why we need a subscription from players, and that is obviously we need to pay the salaries of the development team to be able to continue produce a lot of content and features for the future. It's a huge game that, you know, we're gonna build and expand on for many years to come. We have support, obviously, that we need to be able to pay so you can get the best possible service and in-game experience. The servers are not cheap. We're paying top grade tier quality connection worldwide to our servers and very good hardware, obviously, top of the line. We need to pay those to have those servers running. So, you know, those are some of the main areas that we need to cover our expenses to be able to continue. Will the support be able to return lost items due to bugs? Yeah, so that is a lot of the main focus that we're building and refining GM tools, support tools, so they can see what's going on and obviously help and engage if something goes wrong or breaks or whatever it may be. So yes, that is the main focus when it comes to implementing those tools now. Fauna is the best coder, also only coder, right? No, we have been expanded quite a bit since over the year. Yeah, we got a good amount of donation with the stress test. That was amazing for us to be able to spend more money in expanding and making the game even better. And we pushed the limits, you know, we pushed the release dates to, you know, make a better release game state. So we have, yeah, over 30 people now in a team, which is, you know, close to being as large as we've been ever, if not biggest right now we ever been. So we have more artists than coders still. It's a process when it comes to getting new people in, even though they're new or seniors or experienced coders or whatever it may be. There's always a learning process to get into the game, get into the development and learn our pipelines and softwares and all that. So we always keep our eyes out for new talents or developers in some of the various areas, including coders. But yeah, we are slowly increasing all areas. Look mainly for coders and buy assets. I mean, you know, there's this discussion of some people that say, oh, Mortal Line is buying all the assets. It's obviously not true, and it's quite a slap in the face for hardworking artists that doing incredible work. we have bought trees, stones, rocks, stuff like that because we didn't saw it valuable to spend months on creating those kind of assets when you can buy really good content and assets like that. Different types of structures as well that we can use when we're creating cities and such. But when it comes to obviously refining and making sure that the game runs, if you would buy assets and push them all into a game, you will have 5 FPS and the client will crash and the game will look horrible with all kind of different styles and stuff in the game, right? So it's not that easy. We can't just buy assets for many different reasons. We have to hand sculpt and model most of the important things like creatures, obviously the player races and the gear to make the gear fit and work with the crafting system and all that. And the coders needs to be specific coders. Some coders are suitable for this type of project and some are not. So it's also that, and it's a learning curve, and we can't also, since we're a small team and need to deliver a lot to be able to move ahead, we also need to have very careful codes going into our live build, or the server may crash or such. So yeah, it's a process. The snapping turtle mobs are excellent. It's nice to see the feedback from mobs with lower psi being taken. Had a great time with them. Awesome to hear that. Awesome to hear that. Yeah, we try to make all the species, somewhat different from each other, having something that you have to figure out, or a weakness or strength or whatever, to make it interesting to fight and find anything in the game. Jobs, yeah, thank you for the subscription. Is there any thoughts of expanding on Spiritism later? Currently its interest and utility is extremely limited to justify an entire school. Basically just to rest. Maybe adding more interaction between other real world may be useful for animals too. It will grow. We only have the common wild entities for the first of all in Spiritism, but it also have a very big impact when it comes to, for instance, large-scale wars or specific special ops operations. There will be portal blockers, and you have the fight in the other side. You can cast some spells from the other to the living and vice versa. You can make a profession, you can make a living on hunting these spirits, selling those spirit boxes, etc. And yeah, resurrection is the only way how you can resurrect a player in mass amount with the gate or manual direct resurrection. So it is a very important magic school. Everyone needs them in one way or another, and then there are some options on that. So but the other world is not fully done in terms of content, so there will be more of that at least. Mortal Royale make a comeback. You will be able to do the Mortal Royale in the arena. That is a suitable way. Sick, or you're coughing every time. I hope you feel better. I have had a cold for a while ago. I'm pretty much recovered, but yeah, my nose is a little tingly, and I have a little what is called mucus or whatever it's called in the throat, which annoys a little bit. So yeah, but I'm pretty good. Mortal Royale in the arena as in instance Mortal Real. No, what I mean is more like, you know, Mortal Real was a test to just go straight to the combat, right? And obviously the arena will offer you different ways to go there to have instant combat with different rules and different setups. That will be the first step to expand on that. So a standalone game is not happening. I mean, right now we don't have the time for it, and you know, obviously, Mortal Online have 100% of the focus. It's important we get this right now. The last components gets in place, polish the game, getting ready for release, and then we have post-release to follow up on and continue on the roadmap until we have a few areas expanded further on. You know, we have so much features down the road as well over the years, so it's a never-ending story, never-ending exciting development story in Mortal Online 2. And it's just going to be bigger and bigger, better and better, more and more features that attract more and more different types of players. So that is the main number one focus, first of all. It would be cool if maps like this only came out at nights. Indeed, Magus. And that is correct. That is correct. Half the render lags a lot and the frames are kind of poor there. Yeah, it needs more optimization and proper streaming setup when you enter the arena, so it's perfect when you run around in there. That we're gonna go through more also, obviously, when we enable those mechanics where you can sign up for the different rules on arena. So the entities in the Otherworld is quite specific. Maps have very specific design and lore behind that. Again, specific lore. And what you see now, like the jellyfish, is the normal entity, like the normal animals or such. And then there are also specific entities, you know, dangerous, horrible, large, specific entities as well. And they will come also over time when we have the time to continue on that. But right now you have the baseline animals or entity, which, you know, starts with the jellyfish. Henrik, serious though, we're hard on you because we want your dream to be a success. Just saying. Yeah, I'm happy to see your support, guys. You know, I'm a sandbox MMORPG fan. I love that genre, but there's nothing for me to pick on the market, and that makes me sad and disappointed. Nothing since Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies, a few exceptions, EVE Online quite a bit, but nothing, and that's horrible. Come on. It's 2021, 22 soon, and there's nothing. We have what, 500 WoW clones and nothing like this. So it's time, guys, it's time. And you know, like we said before, all those different popular games growing now, taking a natural step, you know, towards Mortal Online. So the time and amount of population is just growing very rapidly for this type of game. People want a challenge now. They want to, you know, do something innovative, something new, fresh. A lot of people enjoy those Tarkov, PUBG, all those games, Valheim. They're just growing and are exciting because you have that challenge. There's a risk and reward. You have to use your brain. You have to do real experience, and that is, you know, pushing that even further, putting it to a large world solution. That's when we get Mortal Online 2. So we're excited. We're excited, guys. There is nothing. Love it, Derek. Exactly what I'm feeling. Waiting for an MMORPG I can get behind. Reefert, I feel ya. I fully agree. Been starving since WoW. Yeah, and I mean WoW was also. I mean, for back in the days, WoW kind of made no one being able to get into Mortal Kombat 1. It kind of made us struggle big, because that was a big up new step for all a new audience and generation to get into MMORPGs. And I kind of thanked World of Warcraft today for building that huge audience, because now a lot of those players are naturally looking for that next step, right? The evolution. And that is where I think Mortal Online comes in. We see more and more World of Warcraft players that enjoy Mortal Online, and they're excited about Mortal Online. Even though a few years back people said, nah, you're a World of Warcraft player, you won't survive here, you don't belong here. That was that very harsh battle between the different camps. But that's absolutely changed, over the years.
Another one.
Sapkick donated. Thank you so much. Hello, old friend. Still got that fake beard though. Haha. Hi, chat. What the hell? Fake beard? What do you think? Why would I have a fake beard? It's my real beard. It's decent. But yeah, about World of Warcraft. Like I said, many of those World of Warcraft players are, ready for Mortal Online and populating Mortal Online, and it's awesome to see that step moving forward. Respect for taking on this task. Yeah, I think it's time. First time the timing wasn't as good due to some of those reasons. We were inexperienced. We had a unstable core foundation. Everyone was stepping or playing World of Warcraft as a standard, and I think a lot of those key components, obviously instability, bugs, new player experience, all those components made the first game a huge challenge to make a success or move forward on. This time we have gone over all those areas, and the timing today I think is spot on. It couldn't be better. We are blessed with the time. So yeah, we are super excited, and we noticed that a lot of you guys are also excited for this type of game. So it's awesome. Finally, we can put a pure sandbox MMORPG on the world map together, guys, and show the world it's time. It's time for a challenging game that offer so many different areas and freedom of doing things with consequences. Release date of January 25, solid. That is still the plan, yes. I mean, they will be frustrated very easy after the first reskill cycle. I mean, sure. Again, it won't be for everyone, and yeah, a decent portion of World of Warcraft players that doesn't have anything else or haven't played those other games that kind of get you more used to losing, dying, losing stuff. There's this big difference as well. If you've been playing World of Warcraft, you know that you are grinding these raids to get that low chance drop, right? Still banned, Zapsik. Is best mode player. Okay, thank you for donation, man. You get used to grind those items and you never lose them. So you kind of build up that mentality, right? And it's a great reward behind that kind of mechanic. Obviously, that is a very different mechanic and core rule in Mortal Online. So when you have that mentality mindset coming from that, it's very clear that you get shocked. Wow, I lose it here. I lost that, good item or whatever you found or crafted. But that is also the thing you get to learn, experience, and can adapt to very quickly. And that is that, it's fine. You lost it, but you can craft it again. Or you can buy it again. It's not a rare thing you grind for infinity. I mean, there are rares and there are all that as well. But, the common way of going out there in the world adventuring, you should be able to afford what you can, afford the loss, what you can carry. Is a good golden rule. Yeah, it's very hard to get used to a new mindset where you lost items. Yeah, but like I said, if you can produce those items quickly and easy, then kind of get more, it's fine. Okay, I take the loss this time, I lost it this time, but I can create more if I, decide to become that crafter to supply those things. And whatever you can't craft or don't want to craft or not interested in, you can always go to the broker or other players to trade and buy. And that just helps the player-driven economy. So it's a good thing. We don't intend you to supply everything on your own. We hope and engage player interaction and player trading to offer a very exciting player-driven economy, supply and demand. And it's up to you guys. What is the cost of all these things? That's up to you. So you create this economy, which is really amazing and exciting stuff for the game as well. You know, you can make a living being a trader. That is cool. You know, those things that you can't do at all in games like World of Warcraft. It's a different type of focus of the gaming experience and core elements. In Mortal 2, it's not about the loot, but enemy you make along the way. Yeah, that's one part of it. They're attached to items for years. Yeah, but you know, obviously, if you were to have the same way of getting your proper gear to be efficient in Mortal Online, you know, which means grinding raids for months, and you can lose that in 1 second, then obviously that will make anyone crazy, right? And that is also why we designed the crafting systems and loot system for a way to you to, you know, be able to afford those loss and just keep on producing, creating, or trading. And next time you may be the winner and getting the profit instead, you know. And when you do, that feels extremely rewarding. You know, I never forget my first rewarding steps and special ops in these types of games, when adrenaline is rushing and you do something great and manage to do your goals. It's so much more rewarding, I think, than any other game. And that is why I like this type of game. It gives you such a unique feeling. You know, at some time you can just jump in for a few minutes, and within a few minutes you are fighting for your valuables or having a pure rush and adrenaline in different ways. And I can't get that in any other game. And especially when there's no other players involved, like single player games. I mean, there's many super cool, really good single player games, but I lose that value when there's in between players. And I also want to have that risk being available in the world so I can get that experience and feeling. And it's up to me what I want to risk. You know, there's so many options, and I can, you know, avoid a lot of the risk, but I can also take the risk and rewards. And you can't do that in World of Warcraft. There's nothing of that. And so why, you know, I don't get an experience that I want to get. And, you know, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about here. And I think that is also why you guys are excited about Mortal Online, right? I think it was a meme. Usually the saying goes, but the friends you make along the way. Indeed. Just join the stream. Any really cool or important stuff I missed? Dogs. We're talking about a lot of different interesting things, and I've just revealed this new species that you will be scared to crap out of in a very near future in Mortal Online. Will SOS Palos and first treasure maps come with the fishing patch or a bit later? So no, treasure map and SOS Palos will not come with the first fishing system, not the system behind them. But we have pretty much all, you know, we have the baits, we have all the different types of fishes and creatures. We have a huge amount that you can be exploring for a very long time. And there will be fishes that you won't find until you have, you know, made those incredible discoveries. So I'm sure that it will take at least a year until you have figured out a lot of, or the majority of what you can catch undersea, lakes, rivers, and all that. And yes, you will be able to get those SOS bottles soon, and obviously there's a system behind treasure hunting as well. That's going to be really exciting. Confirm keep housing pricing. Yeah, some rough estimates of what we're looking at on tests, the next housing patch. Darfall loyalist here, don't got time for this kind of toxicity anymore. those were the days. Darkfall Online and Darkfall Unholy Wars. I preferred Mortal Online over that game. You know, they hit some of the marks that triggers me, not triggers, that attract me, what I'm looking for, sandbox MMORPG. But some of the things they executed, I really didn't like, and therefore I couldn't enjoy it. Obviously, you see those other differences in Mortal Online and why I prefer some of those rules, and also the IP, the settings, the visuals. I like when it's look realistic, believable, and you know, cool graphics rather than cartoonish or you know, nothing that appeals to me. I want to be able to look badass or see badass stuff, and some of the core rules is also important for me when I want to commit to a game like this. Riak, greetings, Henrik. I would like to thank you and your team for having the principles that guide you to achieve what you want. Your game once again presented those same long forgotten feelings that were once received in all of us beloved Ultima. The only thing that hurts the eye and does not add up logically is not the natural shine and novelty of everything around, but the armor on the character and the buildings in cities. All right. Thank you for the feedback. Tokar, hello, love your game. Is great idea. Thank you. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Only way for the player base to grow is to help new players out. Yeah, I mean, you do have a very big impact also, no doubt, when it comes to getting in new players and what kind of experience they get from you. Obviously, there will be players that want to kill, steal, and destroy. That is natural in this world. We can't escape that. But I also think that can be part of the challenge and excitement for all players involved. But yeah, we see absolutely the majority being amazing players. It clearly shows that you guys are also looking for this type of game and wanted to obviously grow and succeed, which means, you know, it shows when you interact with new players, learning them, teaching them, being nice to them. That goes a very long way. And all of a sudden you have recruited members, and we have, you know, persistent players that are hooked, just like you. So that is just gold. And we want to obviously give you those tools as well, as much as possible. A lot of new players are running help chat because they can't see their character sheets. Will you fix this next patch so my keyboard doesn't have to suffer? A lot of new players are running help chat because they can't see their character sheet. I don't know what you mean. Psychedelic MK, thank you for subscription. I would love to hear your perspective on instancing in MMORPGs. I've been longing for some non-instance PvE content, but it doesn't even seem to be a consideration for most developers. I love the world bosses in World of Warcraft because you had enormous fights with the boss. Rifford, good question. And there are many of these components that we have been thinking about over the years when it comes to how can we make all these different areas enjoyable, exciting, without going against our core principles and golden rules when it comes to Mortal Online and its design. So, as you know, we have always decided that, okay, instances in most cases is not good for our type of game. And it doesn't fit, and there's no logic. But I also see the strength in many of those games and why many players would enjoy having those kind of features. There's a few things happening here. As you know, we're expanding on the AI a lot. We're investing a lot in AI to make sure that people could find and pick and choose Mortal Online 2 only because of the PvE. That is one of the main components that we offer this time around. You know, in the past, it was just all focused on talk about PvP. We have refined that already, you know, incredible amount since the first game, so it's much more reliable and people see what's going on. But obviously we needed to push the PvE and AI on a similar level, so also that can work. There's always something exciting to hunt in the world, and we need PvE players, and we need all type of players to have a living, growing population in our world. But yeah, we decided not to do instances for many reasons, and because it goes against of the core rules of Mortal Online. We have one world, no loading, no instances, and that, yes, do come with the risk that someone can always follow you into those caves, dungeon, or locations. But what we do to give much more options and room for players to enjoy those fields if you're not even interested in PvP or player conflicts. So we're adding a lot of dungeons in a huge world, and we can see a clear pattern here. Absolutely majority of PvP players that just want the PvP, nothing else. They want the world obviously to be small so they can reach all the corners within minutes and kill anything at sight, or if it's enemies, and access all these locations to get that action. Obviously we want to make sure that PvP players, because that is a very big important part of the game, we want to make sure that they have meaningful, exciting PvP content rather than feeling bored and just jumping on random noobs or whatever, or jumping in this cave to get some action to kill a PvE group, So a huge world is necessary to give options in many different dungeons. We have some mechanics now as well, as you have seen, that kind of locks in your groups in specific areas when you actually engage a boss, which is quite new to our game as well. Obviously, outside of that gate, and enemies or murderers may stand there and wait, so there's always that risk. But like I said, right now we have a few dungeons, right? And they may be heavily occupied by different groups, which adds to the risks, obviously, if you have enemies or for whatever reasons. But like I said, we plan to add a lot of dungeons and underworlds. So, if that means that, okay, a lot of the conflicts and player conflicts or PvP may happening in more over this area on Myrland, while this area may be more heavily occupied by RPG players, PvE players, because of the different dungeons and rewards and such. So we want to add as much of those as possible, so you can find your personal style and kind of avoid the rest. You can't just toggle it, obviously, because we won't have that. But I hope you kind of see what we're going at here. And if everything goes as it's looking right now, with a very much larger population and a growing population, the world will feel much more alive also. So it's important that we make the game interested for many type of player styles, not only PvP players, because they will kill each other, destroy each other's bases, and then they may get tired or bored, right? We need to have exciting and meaningful PvE and conflicts to participate if you want to, and we need to have exciting RP, PvE, crafting, trading, all other areas as well. And then we're looking at our upcoming continents as well. I mean, there's a natural space limit cap on Myrland. A few thousand players, then it starts to feel crowded on Myrland, even though it's so big. Already in the first stress test, especially when there were so many at the same hours, you were running around in the jungle being lost, and all of a sudden people were popping out, which is quite crazy. So there's no doubt that we will need more land space if things just progress as it's been doing so far, which is exciting. Yeah, no toggle for PvP. We don't have that. That goes against our core rules and mechanics and how we design the game to be. So if you're not interested in PvP, like I said, there will be a lot of space and areas and parts of the game where you can be more, focused on to avoid as much PvP as possible. But there's never a toggle or 100% safety that no one may find you or try to hunt you. Cities safe zones. So yeah, cities are meant to be a safe zone. Again, we need these starting locations for any new player to, I joined the game now for the first time ever. I'm totally lost. I need to get into the game and learn the game, to get a chance to become a player, right? And if there wasn't a solid starting base to offer some kind of security, that will be quite severe for us to offer that for new players. So yeah, all starting cities, NPC cities, will have guards protecting them and make them as safe as possible. And then obviously when players are building their own cities, we want to offer options to let them also to recruit new players or invite new players and offer them security and protection and whatever, recruit them. Do we have a chance for Linux support in the future? We don't prioritize or focus or can spend any time on supporting specific systems like that. Not at this point in time. I know a lot of people have been experimenting with that on their own and getting a lot of things to work, but we don't have the time and resources at this point. If I look at a big PvP games out there, biggies with hundreds of players and what they able to do, I worry a bit for the non-PvP players in this game. Yeah, I mean, we have seen this as well, and like I said, we have taking a lot of preparation and planning to make sure that that we build a world that's gonna make those PvP players busy doing exciting and rewarding PvP in these specific areas or biomes or whatever. Which means if you're not into that at all and want to avoid that, you can be pretty much on the opposite of the world. And you know, a PvP player may not want to ride for a long time to enter something unknown, and if there's no PvP there, I think they will prefer to be where they know they can get some action. So I think that we can promote a lot of those things that will give exciting things for both non-PvPers and PvP players and promote them. Disable PvP in towns. I still think that we don't want to add, again, this is a little bit with the core design and deep in the core, that we don't want to have a magical way where you can't engage in combat or do whatever your character can do at any time. But there will be consequences, and severe consequences, if you do it, for instance, in a city. And like I said before, we are working on promoting taverns, right? And that means we can actually place guards that says, look, if you want to pass this entrance, you do have to comply with the laws. And the laws in here may be you have to remove your helmet, you have to remove all your weapons, and maybe regents. And that's it. Or you cannot enter. If you do, you will get shot. So that means we have different types of layer here of security. And that also means that you can go into a tavern, enjoy your time in this tavern, play games, socialize, RP, and don't have to worry about someone going in there, exploding you with an earthquake or bashing your head with a hammer to kill you and create chaos. And again, like I said, it makes sense for us to have this kind of system where you can do it, but there's consequences, right? And those consequences kind of forces you to be civil and follow the laws if you don't want to die and lose things, right? And those are the natural steps, I think, that fits our game. And I'm going to promote a lot of cool stuff. This is the Easter boss from Modern 1, the Queen Sarga. No. This is a new species that is called Kalino that you will be able to find on Mirland in one of our upcoming patches. It's a very new, cool, scary, dangerous creature. And I'm not revealing anything what it is and how, when, and if and such, but this is a work in progress so far, how it looks, and we wanted to do a little sneak peek to show you that there's some really exciting, horrific type of creature coming as well, on top of the common creatures you already know of in Mirland. Wait, is this insect bug the same that took over the world of Mortal 1? I can't say that. I can't say that at this point. Things will get more clear when these things goes into the game, and there will be some hints and bits for those that look. That is one of the part, you know, we don't want to spoil or reveal or say the secrets when there are things to be discovered or figured out in the game. The plan on fix in the next update: horses going into rocks, sinking into the mountain and hills, and loot bags disappear. Those horses are dying very often if you log off in the jungle. So we need to get these locations reported so we can see what is causing this. If it's a mesh terrain part going under the terrain that causes this, or missing collision on specific components. So this is a work in progress, and any reports we get is appreciated because that helps us to fix those areas. Can you say if it's kind of inspired by the Terrathons from UO? Not really, not really. I think layout of future dungeons could use some love. I always like the design in UO where you have a semi-complex labyrinth with easier creatures up top and horror content deeper in. For sure, we have gone through a lot of dungeon design from World of Warcraft, Ultima Online to many different games, and also all kind of dungeon sessions, 404, 101. And you will see a lot of variation in Mortal Online. Like I said, we work a lot now on dungeons and undergrounds. So there will be everything from, you know, maybe more typical World of Warcraft, you know, you go deeper and deeper. The deeper you go, the harder it becomes, to more labyrinth way, from straightforward to labyrinth options, to hidden things, to huge open worlds under worlds. So you will see a lot of variation that you haven't seen in other MMOs. And there will be various types of challenges as well. We are working on a few dungeons now, as I said. The ones you have, most groups beat them right without too much effort if they gather their guild, their group. But trust me, what we have in store for you guys, there will be one, and the question will be who and if, you know, or when a guild or group of players may beat all of these dungeons we have in plans for you. Good day, I have a problem at the moment. I'm running the game with RTX 360 Ti, and my game keeps crashing when I'm trying to load in with video memory is low. The crying lights, is it when you load a game, you don't see the game, you're on the loading screen, and as soon as you know you're getting in the end, is that where you're crashing? Could be that you're in a bad location. Have you been able to play the game at all? There's a support on our website, and if you do contact the support with your information, they will get back to you within 24 hours with help. And in worst case scenario, you may need a GM to move you when you try to log in. So I think it would be best to try to contact support so they can help you. If you got an offer from a bigger company that wanted to buy Starlet and you will still be in charge of the Mortal Online 2 development but not the company, would you do it? That is a tough question. You know, obviously I've invested 16 years of my life, blood and sweat and money savings into Starvault, I have a strong belief in this project and company, and obviously I want to put the company in the game on the world map for the future. And we feel very confident now that this time around we have what's required to make that happen. We have all the chance in the world now. So obviously we want to be able to be, first of all, be successful as a company and get the resources we always dreamt to get, which we hopefully can get if we become successful. And obviously if we reach those milestones, that means that things should be easier for us in terms of not having to stress when it comes to always struggle with resources and all that, which is a big struggle when it comes to these kind of projects. Being independent, not having a giant behind you that decides and also cover the fundings and take the profits. So obviously, depending on our goals and what we believe and see, is obviously, we're getting very close to that, and everything is, pointing towards a exciting and successful step if we look at all the data we have and what Valve tells us. So we're very excited about that. And it's almost like when Notch Marcus Notch with Minecraft, one of the Swedish developers, he said that he would never sell the game, right? But he said no like 3 times, and the 4th time or whatever it was, he sold the company because he couldn't say no. But it seems like that game have evolved in the right direction, being an extremely successful game. And Mortal Online is my baby, so obviously I want to make sure that this is the game I can continue to play. I wouldn't like that another company stepping in and saying, nah, let's convert it into World of Warcraft because you may get a lot of more players. That would break the game, and that would mean that you need to redesign the whole game to be a better WoW game, which doesn't make sense for Mortal Online. So you see, there are that makes it difficult, right, to kind of sell or give up on the idea if those parameters or requirements isn't met. But I mean, there's been a interest from publisher and companies since the stress test, when they saw that this is a exciting game on the radar, and a lot of people are talking about it, and that made those big giants approach us, and we're obviously interested in the game. But I also understand that what makes us unique and having a very exciting possibility for our success in our way is because we are sticking to the core rules this time around, and not changing the core rules, because obviously then we don't have the game anymore, and I guess we would lose the interested players that are excited for the game for these types of game rules. So yeah, I hope you kind of see what we're getting at here. I mean, obviously, a scenario where we see that, okay, if we get like those giants that always been our dream, infinite amount of resources, full control of the game project developments, that will obviously make it incredibly exciting, because there's no boundaries, no resource boundaries. That would just mean that the game can proceed even faster and bigger and better, because that's always a factor for us as a small company. And if that can happen, if that means that there's a big company out there that can make that happen, obviously that is something that needs to be looked into. But like I said, we have very high passion about this project, and we don't want to ruin this type of game. Mortal 2 is very unique. It is. And but like I said, it's very important to see the big step from the first game and the second game, what have happened. And there's no doubt that those very important improvement and fixes and changes that was needed are getting in place now and have been changed. that makes a big difference. First, Activision would do is to force Henrik stop doing these Q&As. Too much time invested into player stupid question. Why bother? I mean, obviously this is also quite unique, right? We engage with the community. We believe in the community because, you know, we're on the same page, because we're looking for the same type of game, and we know a lot of what we're talking about. I'm maybe a unique CEO in that concept that I know sandbox MMORPGs. That's where I'm coming from, and many of you guys as well. So we kind of talk the same language, right? So we do things differently for sure than many of those giant companies, and it seems to also be adding to why Mortal Kombat 2 is exciting, unique in its own way, and what a lot of people may be enjoying or interested in. But I mean, I wouldn't say it's stupid questions. That's quite harsh. I mean, we're all here, from veterans to new players. Like the saying is, there's no stupid question, only stupid answers. And I kind of think it makes sense. But yeah, again, we all have different opinions, and whatever someone else think is good, someone else may think is bad. So it's always a challenge. We know that we can never make everyone happy, but we think that this time around we can have a very good population and a growing, exciting population. And if that is the case, then there's no doubt we have a very exciting sandbox game for many years to come. Want flying mounts, bro? There's many critical components when it comes to balance if flying mounts become a common thing. So it will never be a common thing, but there will be specific cases of possible flying creatures mounts. But you will see what I mean down the road. Oh my god, Robe, thank you for the subscription. He's a champion. I can't think of another developer that cares enough to take the time to stream for 4 hours every week. No, like I said, you know, we are on the same page, right? We are pretty much all here interested in a sandbox MMORPG, and that is also why one of the reasons I'm here to engage with you, talk to you, and show you guys what's going on and what to expect and all that, and having a good time with you. You know, we share the passion of this type of game, right? When we meet the skeleton mummies and Lich King in the cemetery, we will see. We are indeed missing. My neck. Are missing one of those specific one, the big Walker General. We will see. If this was sold to another big company, first thing that would happen would be pay-to-win mechanics. That is a risk for sure, because, you know, everyone today want to do microtransaction, pay-to-access, pay-to-win mechanics, because they are dangerously disguised mechanics to maximize profits, which obviously is one of the key components behind most companies to make profits. And if that can be done well, then yes, many players think that if I just pay these $5 or these $10, I get to get a little bit better, and I get this access, and I get this cool thing, and this, that, and that. And if I pay these $5, I get access to that dungeon, and I pay additional. You know, it never ends, right? It's designed that way, and you know, a lot of people enjoy that, getting that new upgrade every time they pay small amounts. I mean, I played some microtransaction games to both get a good understanding inside of it, and also because there was one game that interested me, And I kind of got into it, but when I saw that, okay, I'm paying more every month than $14 like in Mortal Online, because I wanna increase things, I wanna get better, and I wanna enjoy all those parts of the game. So it's sneaky way, but also can be very profitable. But it's also what I also noticed is that the lifespan was much shorter. All this annoyance around these locks, and I saw shit, I'm wasting too much money, it's ridiculous, I have to stop. When you see that happen in large scale, lifespan being affected, that means you need to have another type of game doing the same thing again and again and again. And that's also where it makes it, for us in the long term, it could be still a profitable, exciting game and business model for us, but also the number one thing for the gamers, they get 100% experience without any locks, any annoyances, and they're not wasting additional money to enjoy everything of the game. You're getting everything in a small amount of money is pretty much the translation here. And if that is accepted and a lot of players are buying into that and supporting that because they enjoy what they get in return, that means we can become a successful company without a doubt, with a very exciting future. And the winner in this is both parties here. The players are getting something that is focused more on the gaming experience and quality rather than locks and annoyances and pay to win. And obviously the goal is then also to allow the company to get the fundings and more resources to continue doing that and even better. Got an anonymous bought a mug. Thank you so much, whoever you are that bought that Mortal mug, and thank you so much for supporting us with buying our merchandise. Very appreciated. Rob, did you subscribe again? If so, thank you very much. Oh my god, another one. In Mortal Online, use Unreal Engine 5, and also will we have a form of a mage in the game? I like magic. Yes and yes. We are prepared to move over to Unreal Engine 5 as soon as they have a stable commercial build ready. We have the engine in-house, playing around with it every now and then to see what kind of updates they have done, how it can benefit Mortal Online, and where it may not, where it may be a problem for Mortal Online. They are fixing a few core issues that we suffer a little bit from in Unreal Engine 4 that we are looking forward to finally get improved with Unreal Engine 5. But like we said, it's still quite early in the engine. We're not sure when they're going to deliver a so-called stable commercial build at this point. But we're following that progress, and as soon as it does, we're going to look into that and see if we can take that step as soon as possible. Yeah, you can play a mage hybrid or anything, different types of mage style. There are only two base schools available right now, Ecumenical and Spiritism, that offers you some option, some different types of option playing as a mage or such. And there are additional 12, 13 magic schools planned that will come in our upcoming patches. So there will be a lot of cool, exciting magic, and every school will be very unique and different from each other's. Do you have any plans for musical instruments in the game and music making, bar classes and such? Yes, one of the schools are exactly this. And yes, of course we need to be able to sit in the taverns and listen to music, right? And play some music. So yes. Just got here. What the fuck is this? This is one of our new species coming into waking in Mirland. Our Kaleno creature that you're gonna have to discover what the hell it is for yourself in game. I think it's a warrior. Crook would be cool for tamers, indeed. I'm falling behind again, guys. I think we need a quest NPC who declares one of the dungeons to be a hotspot for the next week, and that is this NPC should demand specific items for certain rewards that can only be found inside the selected dungeon at that time. This prevents players to only farm the most lucrative dungeons. This way, the lucrativity of the dungeons would change, and these dungeons would then become a PvP hotspot. That dungeon would be relieved. Yeah, that is one system that may be interesting. We have a lot of planned stuff that we are very eager to deliver and show you guys. And that is both PvE, exciting AI encounters, and obviously PvP content. Sven got a colored hoodie. Thank you so much for buying our merchandise and supporting us. It makes a difference, guys. That I want to make sure that you know that, because like I said, we are a small company, 30 people. Every single thing that adds to our resources will give you a better game, more content over time. Curse of pace of combat will be sped up at all, specifically the rate at which weapons are swung feels a little slow. We've been working on that a lot, fine-tuning and monitoring all the latency, all the situation worldwide, and it's a big challenge. And that is also why we are very careful with having the baseline to work worldwide, and everyone knows, okay, this is how it works, and this is how I fight. I learn it, I adapt to it, and then you can try to master it. And like we mentioned earlier in the stream today, speed is always sensitive when it comes to large-scale MMORPG with latency. So we always need to be careful when it comes to having high speeds on certain actions in the game, because it could result in scenarios where you don't see that strike attack or being able to react, or the combat may break instead. So right now we are very careful in trying to go into that sensitive system and tweak things going back and forth. We have done that for several months already to try to pinpoint it. Now it works from from London players to all the way to Australian players. And we know where it starts becomes a small struggle and difference between the different regions. So we don't plan to invest too much time right now, because we need to deliver the housing system. We have a lot of dungeons and creatures and content going into the game, and several other areas, as you can see on the roadmap as well. But like I said, there are several components that will come after release in combat. Everything from special moves for different weapon groups to crouching function. We're looking at that as well, and some other things. But we have pushed the limits quite far now. We pushed them so it went over the limits. We have to pull it back and then refine it and tweak and find a solution. So we have gone extremely far, and therefore we don't want to risk pushing it so it becomes unstable again or such now when we're getting this close to release. I got the mug, so it was you, Mugrel. Cool. If a guild creates its own merchandise, will Mordeline be upset? I guess it depends on what it is. There are copyrights, trademark rules in place for a few reasons, right? So as long as things are handled the right way and we don't get into bad situations, I'm not a legal expert, but there are those things to consider, right? I got a mug and a t-shirt, but it didn't pop up. Sir Hob, it didn't. What the hell? Is it dead? Or let me do a test. saw this, right, guys? I think it works, right? Ah, sorry, that's why, guys. The picture is in the way. I'm a noob when it comes to streaming sometime. That is correct. The follow needs to be on top. Sorry, guys. Now you see it, right? Yeah, sorry about that. Let me see if I can... But I read them to you, I think. I think so. Yeah, I fixed the pop-up. Sorry about that. I'm so excited for fishing. Oh my gosh. Lord Lacristian, you are not alone. I'm very excited as well for fishing, and I can't wait. As soon as that hits the game, I'm gonna see you in Nave and we're gonna have a fishing contest. Anyone that want to participate are free to do so, and I can't wait. Smoked salmon. I never play Modern Line, but after this stream I just got the game. This sounds too good. And Tartis, welcome to Mortal Online, and exciting to see new players showing, popping in, and it's awesome that you join in the stream and jump in the conversation we are having here with the community. Once a week, every Thursday, we are here to discuss things. We have some sneak peeks, we reveal things, or sometimes have different events and stuff like that. So yeah, it's cool. And I hope you enjoy Model 9 and take your time on Haven to get into it. And I hope the guys in here will be kind enough to you when you enter Myrland. We'll be able to find legendary great from dungeon drops bosses, and also can we combine different armor sets together? Yes, you will see. There will be several types of drops, from unique to rares to collectibles. There will be a lot, especially over time. Obviously there will be something interesting for every boss as well. This special Steve just subscribe. Thank you so much. So yeah, there will be additional also. Now you're fighting the bosses we have, right? But there will be additional stuff on release. So every beta player so far, when we release, there will be a lot to discover again. So it may be worth revisiting things, and there may also be very rare drops. So if you kill a boss, you may think you know what it's dropping, but you won't until over time. Knowledge is power in Mortal 9. I didn't know the message went to them, otherwise I wouldn't have put re. Right. Yeah. Your message gets shown. If the game does well, will you hire more people? Yes, we will. We plan to reinvest in the game so it becomes even better and bigger. Let me scroll down a little bit. Fishing competitions from boats. Oh my gosh. Will magic tutorial be added? So we will see. Oh my gosh, guys. N7 Marek bought a Premium T Mortal 9 t-shirt. Thank you so much. So yeah, we're looking to see what more we want to add to the tutorial. Obviously, it may be a little bit overwhelming if we go through, everything, obviously, but we try to pinpoint big core components of the game, professions, combat, and all that, so you can get a a taste and some basic knowledge of all of that and see a little bit how it works. And yeah, I think we were looking at see if we wanted to add some taming and magic, and then maybe end on show you a task, because then you also will know instantly on Milan, right, what task is all about. And that may give players that may not know what they should be doing next when they leave for Milan. We have seen that before. If they know that, okay, there are those task managers that the tutorial taught me about, that means I can do jobs and get different rewards in different ways, and get going. And that will also, let you explore the world and different things. So we maybe want to expand a little bit there as well. We're looking into that. But it's great because I know not leaving Haven without 1,000 gold. Tokar, there is one very important change though, as you can understand, that is critical necessary, and that is we cannot allow players to grind infinite amounts on Haven and bring all that to Milan, because that means, Haven is the tutorial, right? It's not the real world. So if you can bring thousands of golds in a protected place like the Haven's infinite amount of time, and then just ship that to Milan, that means there will be an inflation, because those money should come in a natural way within the Milan resources, not from Haven. So you will see a harsh restriction on the amount of gold you can bring, and also amount of items you can bring. And as you can understand, very important that happens, or we may attract huge amount of farms to occupy the Havens, to just pass on endless amount of resources and gold to Milan, which would wreck the player-driven economy, as you can understand. With all magical healing, what the hell happened with my scroll? Will all magical healing remain in the ecumenical school? There will be some additional healing abilities in some other schools. Oh my god, Iron, thank you for that subscription. Thank you. You should have someone in the new area that kills the noob and takes all the loot just to get them ready for the real world. Yeah, a little harsh, but I see your point. We try to prepare them. I think we have some good input and information to them that, when you try to hit someone and all that, the flagging, and when you die, it talks about the loot. You will lose it. Someone else can loot it on Milan. So we have done everything we can, at least, to educate, prepare them. Yeah. Team tutorial would be great, so people know how to get horses for this large world, and magic should be described as very hard to use solo. Uton with the donation. Starve stock is going great. Awesome. Thank you so much for the donation. And yeah, it's very nice to see that the stock is following our exciting progression right now. So there's one important component here. So yeah, I think we could add taming to the tutorial, but we want to make it very clear that for any new player that want to have a mount, you shouldn't think that you're forced to be a tamer to get your mount. You should learn that you can just go buy a mount from anyone or go to the broker to buy a mount instantly. You just obviously have to learn to ride it well. But you shouldn't think that because there was a point in the stress test, right, when we added the mounts and all that taming, everyone was forced to be a tamer to ride a mount. And obviously when that changed, you can trade them. All of a sudden you can define your character without being a tamer. We want a tamer. Those that are interested in tamer should invest in taming, right? If you are not interested in being a tamer, you can skip all that. You don't have to tame your own horses. You can buy them and trade them just like anything else. But yeah, I still think that maybe it fits to show some tamings. You can at least get to know about what that is and if that's something of your interest. And yeah, magic is not the easiest way to solo for sure, so we may want to consider how we can make that understandable. We're still working a little bit on making the solo or the magic strength being at least effective on most animals and common creatures to give a little bit more. Any plans on expanding graveyards? We may expand on them further a bit later. Right now we're expanding on a lot more dungeons and underworlds in the world, spread out all over the world. But we plan a lot of dungeon and PvE content. We will have some snowy areas or dynamic seasonal weather for it. So we have seasons already, but it doesn't give you, like persistent snow on the ground during that season. We have looked into that. We have some part of that system already in place to support it. Like it can become a snowy area in this forest. And when summer comes, it becomes a very watery area and then it may dry. So we may show that as well. We have one step prepared for that. But again, we haven't had the time to go through all that and tie all that connect together. But the plan is to have it all connected and fully finished in the future. Are there any difficulties, barriers for that data miners to find out all the information before release? We learn a lot from the first game, and we have put everything in place to make it as we have planned it. So yeah. So if we covered this already, but any plans for boats? Yes, of course we're gonna have boats. It's been one of those growing features a lot of people want to have in the game. So we haven't put that feature up on the list quite high from being further down, over the years. There's still some components we need to deliver first before we can go fully at boats, like wagons, for instance. And then we have a part of the system for the water system we need to finish as well. And then we can finish the actual boat system. So in that order, I don't know the time frame at this point for it. But again, after release and we see how everything works, if we're going to get more developers, we're going to create this roadmap for you guys. And you're going to be able to see where it's at eventually. Stan, Multiverse Lore's book. My guys have that on the table. I'm not entirely sure about it, but they have it. They have it covered. Is housing restricted to only outside of Haven? Hoping you guys thought about this one. So yes, Haven is only on mainland. Housing, I mean. You won't be doing housing on Haven. G-Ron with a subscription. Thank you, man. G-Ron. Valhalla, brother. Valhalla. There's already Snow Village, I think it's called Hilspea. Yeah, there are permanent biomes that will always have a certain weather element, like Hilspea, the northern mountains. There will always be snow in those areas because they're so high up and in cold areas. So they will mainly be snowy at all times, but they could be affected a little bit as well when summer comes and such. When we have more time to go back to the persistent weather elements being, visually there on the ground and on stuff. Yeah, it's, we know that, we want the weather systems in and finished. We are working on them right now. We want them because it adds a lot of the immersive feeling to the game, no doubt. Is Mortal Discord currently the best way to find a guild for this game? So help channel in the game right now is pretty good way to communicate in the game, but yes, Discord I would say probably the best modern way of communicating today. We see more and more players and gamers and people are moving away from forums to Discord, which is, you know, a natural transition, I guess. It's direct communication in a more modern way. So yeah, I think Discord is probably the best place to hang out, find a different guild recruitments in there, and find those players. But we're also looking to add a billboard in all cities where you can go there as a player if you're new or whatever, and access this billboard, and other guilds may be able to list themselves here and write some information, contact information, and you can apply and contact those guilds from within the game as well. Next is Sunder. Thank you so much for a subscription. Oh my god, it's the Almighties with the community gifts. Thank you, man. Thank you. And welcome to the stream. So yeah, forums, Discord is two solid way of finding guilds and recruiting and being recruited. And you will also have tools in the game to find guilds directly there as well. And it will be a good way for guilds as well to recruit using those tools in the game. Oh my god, another one. Guild seems very active on Discord. Yeah. I think that is the most common communication way right now to get instants. Will a spiritist ever be able to collect spirits without needing other portal like Immortal One? So now it should be being the same way as it was in the first game, if I'm not mistaken. It should follow the same rules as in the first game. Will you raise the minimum taming skill from 50 to 70 on desert horses like Immortal 1? We are working on the taming requirements right now, so there's this little confusion and frustration where you don't get feedback. I keep failing, I don't know why I don't get any feedback. That is not good, right? So we are refining that now, so you get feedback, you know what's going on at least. So you know, okay, it's a very small chance, this small chance, and I can try if I want to, but you know, you at least know what's going on. We're clearing that right now. And in most cases also, when you see a cup, it should be tameable, because we also see right now you may be failing a lot if it's a big cup, which is confusing as well. So we're going through quite a bit of that. As far as farming in Haven is concerned, people will just farm, and whether to another character, transfer to main world, delete and repeat. You definitely want to stop that, because your starting area will be infested by bots and farmers. Exactly, Pokemortal, and that's what I commented a few minutes ago. That is why we're getting a harsh limitation on what amount of gold you can bring and a limit on items you can bring. And that limit gonna be so harsh that it's not worth it. You will do better money in Midland. So, and yes, just like you said, it's very important we stop that, or we will wreck the player-driven economy on Midland. Jesus, what's that? This is our new species coming into the game soon, called Kaleno. Both are super cool. Yeah, I agree. I want to construct my own ship, design it really cool with my secret weapon, my secret sails that I can pull out when I wanna flee from a pirate, or if I want to engage on someone else, and I want to put my scorpion ballista on it. And yeah, I can't wait until we get it. Will Domination be released next patch? Around December, early December, so we're getting closer and closer. Never going jungle again. You think that is where they live? Will there be more AI around the world to bring it to life like birds in the sky? Also, what about mechanics where people can press a button and they will scream out loud, sort of like in Chivalry 2? So, for example, if we win a 10-on-10 fight, maybe we want to shout victory. Amitis, it's a good one. And yes, there will be more wildlife, small things, birds and such. We have a specific system that is coming for some parts of that as well to make sure it looks even more wildlife with small things moving around and such that you also can engage with. And yeah, I think sounds is a very big component where you can scream and such. Already now when you do those team screams, right, it's pretty cool when you hear everyone is screaming. That adds a lot, but obviously you can't screaming on all command at all time. So we are looking to expand on that sound picture to give more options and more violence, more cool heavy sound when there's fights in the distance, so it sounds brutal. So yeah, we want to expand on that. The Gal core sees more smoke and other effects, so it doesn't look so much like Meduli. So it got its first mortal smoke back that is caused by the furnaces. There's one more component that are missing, and that is the whole region, close to the Herabalta border. Obviously, the Herabalta border that is near that area is this high volcanic ash dark continent, and the plan is to starting that slowly the closer you get to that. And Galcore and all that area is closer to that area. So the plan is to add additional step on that. Yes. Are you happy with the amount of copies sold in this early access phase? So yeah, we just entered the pre-purchase phase pretty much, and that means that we're not doing specific visual rounds on Steam. We just enter the pre-purchase era. We're still in the closed beta, but so far the interest have been great. We are very happy with how everything is progressing so far, and again, getting ready and preparing for the big release, which I'm fairly sure we're gonna expect some chaos. We're working very hard on a specific setup of improvement to make sure that the release will be as great as it possibly can. But yeah, so far we're very happy. We already getting a lot of pre-purchases. We saw that we were top 20 on the most sold already on Steam, which is quite amazing. And we're getting surprisingly a lot of positive reviews on Steam, which is amazing. When I looked at them, they were like, what was it, like 92% positive, which is amazing. We're super happy about that, obviously. A very good rate for our game in its current state already. So yeah, couldn't be happier at this point. We're quickly moving according to plan. When is persistent planned? Persistent and full release is 25th of January. And that is, yeah, the final wipe. Third person view, no, sorry not. And for very good reasons. And when you start thinking about it and see those reasons, I think you would agree that it makes sense, and that is a better way for all the Mortal Online player to be stuck in the first person view. Everything from you can't cheat around corner, rotate. When you hide for real. And there are, the whole combat system, everything is built around first person player skills and how that feels, how immersive it is, and also horror components. So there's so many big bonuses in tying it to first person only. VR mode, yes. After release, we plan to support VR. The first step is rendering the game in 3D VR. We need to work on some of the user interface to work with that, obviously. And you can still play around with mouse and keyboard. obviously the next step is a rabbit hole, and that, you know, when it comes to how can we do the control scheme of playing with VR, that is like a secondary story. But yeah, the first rendering part is something we plan to do fairly soon after release. EA 25 will be huge for this game. EA 25? What do you mean? So the 25th of January, yeah, is the full release of Model 9. That's when everything starts. We do a final wipe, everyone can start playing. Do you think the early access announcement confused people? So yeah, we understand that, and this is the thing. So Steam have their rules, automatic system set in place, right? And there's not much wiggle room for modifying those rules, titles, and things, right? But what we communicated is that, look, we're not releasing the game in early access. We're not going persistent in early access. We changed that, right, to when we release the game, it's going to be the full release, and it's not in early access. But now when we enter the pre-purchase state, the only option we had for that when we talked to Steam is that they confirmed, yes, we can put it in that state, but it will mean that it will have this title, early access title, and that's how it works. We have no options for that. So yeah, on Steam they call it early access. You know, we call it pre-purchase. The release phase is starting now, so we can get those pieces and planning that is necessary during this phase of time. And the 25th of January, it will be the full release on Steam and our website and everywhere. So yeah. I hope that makes it clear. And yeah, welcome back in tonight's stream, Jonah Vale. Any plans to allow riders to banish their mount while they are on it? Mages can do it. There were this big balance factor component that made us take this safe step here, and that is what we're looking at right now. You should make it as clear as possible on the store page so people don't get upset when it wipes later. Yeah, that should be very clear that this is beta, closed beta, and when the games goes live 25th, there will be a final wipe. It says so on the first batch on Steam, and after your 3-month subscription will also be required to play the game. So we really made it as clear as possible on the front page on Steam, so hopefully people read it. So you're wiping for launch now. Yeah, when we do launch the game 25th, we absolutely will wipe the game, so everyone starts from scratch. During the beta, we never plan to wipe if we don't absolutely necessary have to for reasons when we develop the game. But there will be a final wipe on the 25th of January. We may actually do a wipe just before release because we want to run a few tests. We, changing the toggle of gain rate and all that back to normal, running a few tests to make sure it's solid, and then we take her down, final wipe, and then bam, we launch the game the 25th. To test housing that next week, yes, you will be able to test constructing small medium houses, upgrade them, construct walls, and construct a castle. And you will also be able to upgrade different sections of the walls for some really dope corners and pieces. So yeah, it's gonna be a blast to see you going at it, and also, of course, to make sure we polish things, get your feedback, finding bugs, fine-tuning it, and also getting feedback on monitoring the costs, both resources and money. So a lot of big important things we need to monitor and test in the next patch. So yes, it's really cool stuff going on. New player here, absolutely hooked in the game. One thing I would love to see, and to be honest, the only thing I think is really needs lighting configuration. It's not too nice to not be able to adjust the lighting. It's so bright. Yeah, we talked about that in the beginning of the stream as well. We have a Unreal Engine eye adaptation function, and that it's an important reason why it's there, and that is because we kill the data in darkness and shadows, and that gets fixed with the eye adaptation. The effect is that yes, when you go out from darkness to light, brightness and bright textures, those will shine quite hard until you focus on them. So we see that point, and we also need some time to refine some of those specific textures that goes a little crazy due to this. So it's a little work in progress tweak. Dope. Join in integrity, act right. We are an empire building guild. Play the character you want to play, no requirements other than being a good person. Flawless Sullivan. Nice recruitment line there. Wolf, will you supply us with materials for housing so we can just all jump in and start building and try to break it? No, we want to test all the steps. We want you to go crazy at it just as it would when we have a release game. We're gonna follow all the process and steps. And we will get the housing tool so we can see if we can build a house in a specific area before buying the deed. No, not at this point, and I'm not sure if we shall offer something like that. You know, there's a risk involved here, obviously. You're going to get nervous. There's going to be adrenaline rush, just like it was in the old days in Ultima Online when you went out with your deed. And I'm not sure if we're going to change that or not. You know, you can obviously need to be careful. You need to plan your steps. You may want to hire protection. You may want to go with your group, your guild, or you want to try to hide as a solo player. Keep the rush. Keep the rush. Yeah, you know, I like that a lot, especially when coming from Ultima Online. I never forget it, and it's also that feeling in components that brought me back year after year, and there was nothing getting close to that. And you know, we're here for getting some of that here as well in Ultima Online, right? But like I said, obviously it needs to be very clear that you need to understand that if you lose your deed, that can be devastating. It costs quite a bit, right? So be careful and plan. That step is the best advice I can give. Southpaw question here. Do you think your MMORPG will be less buggy than New World? I don't know if I wanna or I can comment on that, but I mean, I've seen quite a bit from New World. They haven't had a walk in the park release for sure, and I'm pretty sure that we will also have chaos. There's no doubt, right? When you release a game like this and there's so many players jumping in at the same time, it's bound to be some chaos, right? It's less buggy, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, it's their first game and it kind of shows, right? No matter how many experienced developers you may pull in, there's a whole new setup, right, and to make that game. So we understand that they gone through that and struggle with a few things, right? We feel with them. We've been there a lot. We've been there over the years. And hopefully, yeah, we are much more prepared this time around. And we'll have as stable release as we possibly can. But we will be dedicated following in the release days and be on our toes to make sure that if something goes wrong, we're here to fix it as soon as we possibly can. More than one to have such big fatal gameplay bugs. We can never say never. We don't want to be cocky here, right? But it feels good at this position. We have been running for many years. We've been running the beta for quite a while now. We have awesome players playing daily, reporting stuff, and just helping us making sure the game is stable and ready. And yeah, we have those core mistakes that we saw happening in the New World. We have done exactly those mistakes the first time we released Mortal Online, and obviously those are fixed for Mortal Online 2. So we're happy about that. I heard there's gonna be fatalities. Is this true? Yes, there will be. The system is placed. We just haven't enabled some of those components, and we also need some animation. But yeah, you will see some crazy stuff going on there. It's going to be violent. It's going to be crazy. It's going to feel awesome. Going to feel a rush. How grindy is the game? Good question. If I may say my feedback on that, I'm sure people here have different opinions, but in short, the game to get combats ready as a character and build your character, it's not really grindy. It can get grindy or deep when it comes to getting deep and learning complex system and skills in the game. Crafting requires a lot of effort and discovering knowledge. But I would say overall, comparing it to most MMOs, it's not grindy at all. That's my personal view on it. And I'm sure the guys in here can fill in on their own opinion on what they think about Mortal Online being grindy compared to other MMOs. Playing Mortal Online right now, that is nostalgica right there. First time, eh? Yes. Can we at least drop code in the chat box? So we can get Crash of Noobs. New World had it. Yeah, that's not good, Panda. We don't want that. That's not good. New World is running the most expensive ads in the history of gaming. Yeah, I see that, and that is crazy. What an impact that has. But it's important you have a game ready for it, and that the game is fun. It's gonna be interesting to see how it turns out after a few months. Obviously, it's Amazon, right? They have all the resources in the world. They can get all the marketing in the world, and obviously they have the resources to work on the game as well, right? Aldun TV, thank you for another one subscription. New World player have also to deal with losing items now, so they get trained for full loot in Mortal Online. Indeed. How solid is your dupe detection logic? I seemingly experienced a dial dupe when looting off a body, but can't be certain. I reported it. So there's been a few bugs where your client and server doesn't synchronize on your icons. So sometimes you're fooled by the user interface and icons, ghost images, ghost items we call them. We haven't had a dupe since I don't know, but we feel very confident that we have it in a solid position. And not only that, we have gone through that for many years to make sure the game doesn't allow dupes, but we also have tools to monitoring how something goes into the world and how players get things, and that also helps us to track and follow and make sure we can make properly actions if something goes wrong. The special Steve, thank you for the gift span. Thank you. Oh my god. Another one. Certain skill paths will be grindy. Yeah, exactly. That's true. I mean, if you just want to build your character stats and master a combat skill. That's very straightforward, right? It's not really a grind. But yeah, some skills and paths and professions may be a challenge, take time, or being difficult in different ways. And that is by design and purpose. I mean, MMOs are meant to be a bit grindy. That's good. Yeah, like I said, we want the grind to be, the grind have a tone to it to sound like it may be annoying. When you say that MMO is grindy as hell, it's crazy. But what we do here is there are different areas of progression for your character. We have the clay gift winner, for instance. Obviously, you're gonna start on level 0 on the clay gifts. So you have to obviously build up all those 20 levels manually, and there will be a more linear curve of experience on the mobs in the world. Now you start with 10, so you can very quickly test things out. So that's gonna be an achievement, and it's gonna take a while until your clay gifts are finished. Some skills, in a few hours you maybe have them maxed out. Some skills may take days, weeks. And some areas may involve a lot of investment and progression as well. So it all depends on what kind of progression we're talking about.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Another one.
I think it would be cool if there were different types of immersive mode. For example, a player could roll around on the floor and scream like in Rust. Yeah, I mean, the future in this area, when we have time to get more people in it, or can focus and work on that area again. The sky is the limit is the sky, and that is what is exciting. I remember many years ago when I was talking with the coder Sebastian, going through and planning these different features. There were so many obstacles, so many things that prevent us from delivering the design as it was meant to be. This time, I love when I hear the response from Sebastian when I talk about these things. He says everything is possible now. There's no limitation on those things. Obviously, we need to be realistic when it comes to performance and such. But when it comes to game mechanics and all those design we had in the past, there's no limitation anymore. We can do everything, and that is super exciting for the future. Obviously, what we need is time and resources, right, to be able to go deep at them. And hopefully that will be, we can crank that level up on release and forward.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Almighty's with the gifts. You're killing it, guys. You're killing it. Thank you so much for your support, guys. Just bought the game. Talks the Fox. Cool. Are you totally new to Mortal Line? How is the ads for Mortal Line 2 gonna be done? Have you considered working with some bigger streamers, maybe to show it to more people? So obviously we're gonna do some making sure that we get coverage on different platforms, networks where MMO interested players are hanging, so they can find the game. Obviously the game trailer we release right now, we're trying to spread out everywhere as well to again showcase some stuff of the game. And then there's one thing. I'm not sure if we believe in we don't obviously want to pay someone to play the game or talk about the game, and if they don't have any interest or getting into the game, that will show, right? We are hoping that there will be a lot of players and streamers and influencers that are looking for this type of game, finds it. We're gonna make sure they find it, and that they find their new home and can talk about the game how they want to talk about the game. That is obviously our goal when it comes to being involved with influencers. because that's natural, right? The future and how people react and enjoy the game, that is the outcome and verdict of the game's future, right? No matter how much money we may throw on marketing, if the game isn't fun or good, that won't matter, right? You can only go so far with marketing, and then obviously the game needs to deliver on its own as well. I hope that makes any sense here. But yeah, we're evaluating all the different areas to see where it makes sense for us to spend marketing money to make awareness, making sure people find it and that we can grow. And yeah, that is what we're starting and working on now as well. The trailer music was epic. Rana, I'm glad you thought that too, because I truly agree. Any plans to add similar music to the game before launch? We looked into that a little bit to see what we can do. We would like to add additional music to the game. We just need to make it work and happen, because again, we want to make sure it kind of fits the theme that we already have, right? So it doesn't sound like a completely new topic or new type of game. So that is the thing we need to go through and see if we can make that happen. Will there be random weather at release of the game? like storm, snow, and fogs? Yes. I'm not sure at what degree we will have it for release. We are working on right now. We have a few people working on that, and we will see how far we get, pretty much. True, good answer, but you don't need to pay a big streamer usually. Just give a free key to a few fishes, and they will happily try your game. yeah, for sure. We that we can do. We have been approached quite a lot already since we entered the pre-purchase state from all kind of players, streamers, YouTubers, and they're interested in the game and want to try to cover it and such. So we're going through that to see. We may be able to do something like that for sure. A lot of big MMO streamers are more in line with theme parks work. WoW derivatives, if it isn't arena, PvP, or instance raiding, they don't seem to be interested and will likely just badmouth the game. So yeah, that is why I'm also keen on. Look, if we may want to give out keys to streamers interested, but I would love to see or like to see that this streamer or player, whatever, have at least read about the game a little bit, know what he's in for. I mean, there's many of them that says, I'm coming from Ultima Line, I love it, I feel at home, I've been looking for this. That's when it fits like a glove, right? That's a no-brainer for us. But obviously, if it's those casual, it looks cool, I saw the trailer, I don't know what it's all about, and maybe it's like World of Warcraft, then yeah, maybe they may be in for a surprise. And that is a challenge, obviously. Like I said, we are small, we only have so much time to focus on all this, so we just have to try to be smart here and cover what's most important for us. And like I said, if the game can speak for itself, being stable, and new players enjoy that and acknowledge that yes, it's indeed on that level, that is a very powerful marketing tool, right? That a wave of players being strong there, passing on the words about Mortal Online, recruiting players and such, that is a very strong, powerful component in marketing, and you guys are a big part of that. You're hot. Hottest guy around. Why thank you. Will there be some trapdoors and holes in the dark section of the dungeons to create some shock moments leading to the end up in a room full of traps? Could help a player to leave his pursuers behind as they're afraid of following them through the trap room. Yes, Anabilic Asman. That will come into the game. Different types of traps out in the wild and in dungeons, but also eventually also player created traps. Word of mouth equals the best marketing. Yeah, exactly like what I said as well. I agree. It's a very very strong component. Music. I will buy rights to Adrian von Ziegler music. I need to look into that. Will Domination be released next patch? I'm not sure exactly what patch it is in, but it will be in one of our upcoming ones. And updates for the content creators sign up on your website. I'm getting help from some guys now to help organizing and going through those steps, because now we're getting close to, obviously need to maintain and go through all that. So it's slowly starting to moving right now. Will following pets be able to travel through water when the player swims? So yeah, it's a tricky one. We need to invest quite a bit of time there. Obviously, we don't want them to run around on the bottom of the floor. They should swim after you, right? And that means we need to spend quite a bit of animation time and such. So that is the main struggle right now for us, because we have a lot of cool creatures and dungeons, and we need to finish to make sure that you have really cool content to explore when we go live. So and then we are revisiting things like that. Yeah. All right, guys. Looks like we ran out of questions. Let's see. Yeah, maybe it's time for some food. Night food. And on these smart animations. Not yet. Will dying clothes equipment be enabled prior to release? No, not prior to release. After release. Stream snipers will wreck them. Let the stream snipers come. We'll fight them. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a risk involved when you stream the game. If you carry valuables and stand still out in the wild, there's a risk involved. There are murders out there, and they may abuse that component. But if you know that can happen, you can kind of try to adapt to that situation, or be prepared for that situation. We'll be able to store boulders in houses. I'm afraid houses could be seen as a threat. So we're working on that whole system, along with sieging, obviously, and we have a very good, solid, clear plan now on how we can improve it greatly from the first game, and kind of also make some sense and logic. So we're gonna present to you more in depth those improvements, making sieging better and balanced and interesting and exciting when we get a little bit further. What the moons meet, what happens in game when they hit each other's? I personally think this an homage to UO. One moon is Flucha, the other is Trammel. There's a whole history and information about the whole solar system we are living in on Nave's solar system, and eventually we're gonna reach part of that being interpreted in the game as well, and discovered by you guys. So we have a lot of cool stuff down the road when it comes to lores as well. What do you think about my crate system? Will Mortal 2 have similar mechanics, or is it drag into a box more of a thing? No, so there are components that make sense that you don't just put them in your bag, right? Like a big boulder or something even bigger. Those should be components out in the world, and you may interact with them with your hands, push them forward or such. And in some cases, some of them obviously make sense that you can put them in a wagon, and you see them there as a wagon. So yeah, part of that crates that you showed on that stream is what we're gonna see. Parts of it. Is the game economy player driven or not? Yes, it is heavily so. You put the price, and there's a natural player supply and demand, and it's up to you to put the prices on everything you craft and create or find or discover, and if you want to pass it on or not, sell it or not. And that is exciting with Mortal Line. And you said last stream that the patch at the end of the month will contain domination. Is that still true? So domination should be finished in early December, but I'm not sure exactly what patch it goes in. But yeah, that is that. The wipe on housing patch. We don't plan to wipe on housing patch again for various reasons. We want to see there's everything from obviously people that have been playing around that have a lot of money and resources, and those that have nothing. And when we go live with the patch, housing patch, we're gonna see a wide spectrum of variation of how players get to use the housing, and we want to follow through all those steps for good reasons. I like instruments for players to make music in game, and you will have it sometime after release. It's also part of one of the magic schools. If you had to pick one, would you say the clan guild experience or the solo PvE experience is the game's highest prior, and why? You know, I can't even pick one of them being higher than the other one, because they're all equally important in different ways. Just like PvE is getting equally important as PvP, and we need to have those big components in a solid state in the game for us to have a healthy population and a growing population and all kind of players, and mixing together. But we have a lot of stuff we're working on for guilds and clans functions, and there's a lot coming for several months, and it's just not going to be in one patch. There are several parts that are going to expand on that. And also naturally for solo players, there will be more of quite easily obtained and discover things to play around with. We're getting the housing patch. Obviously the small houses is balanced in mind for a solo player, for instance, so they can take part of player housing, starting with a small house. And obviously the strongholds and castles are for guilds and big groups. Getting a lot of stuff here now. There'll be ships in the game. Yes, there will be ships. In a natural order, first we have wagons, and then we need to build one part for the ocean system, and then we have the ships. So we don't have a time frame for it yet, but when we release the game, sooner or later we're gonna keep updating the roadmap, and we're gonna plan on one of these patches That's when you're gonna see the ship system boats coming into the game. Why not allow monster pairing but still have them do damage through parry? We will do that, before. Yes. I was thinking pub entertainment. Yes, we will have that. Ship will be about a year after release. I'm not sure about if it's gonna be a year, because like I mentioned before, we have pushed it up quite a bit on the list because it's a very cool, exciting feature. And the players have made it quite clear to us. So, but it's still too early to say. Like I said, we need to reach to that roadmap, and we have a few things we need to finish first. So we will see. Yes, there will be specific components that makes a better impact on specific creatures. A little bit like silvers against the undeads in Ultima Line, yes. PvE is very nice. The mob AI is amazing. Van Dupes, glad to hear that. Yeah, our hard work is starting to pay off for sure when it comes to have a much better, exciting PvE AI experience rather than we had in the first game. But we're not done yet. There are still some things to polish and tweak, and we're also, like I said, adding more and more of the tier 2 AI also, bosses and new creatures. So yeah, it should be exciting to PvE and explore the world at release, no doubts. I stream as a solo PvE player just to show you the experience. That is cool, Fandoop. That is cool. Anyhow, hit point bus for skinny. So we did sorry. We did a tweak on the hit points, as you may remember in our last patch or what it was. To make more options for those that don't want to be the stout or fat mages, but you can actually choose something in the middle round, fit, lean, without sacrificing too much hit points. Lots of map issues needs to be fixed. Yeah, any reports you're finding and such is, you know, things we're going through now in the beta. It's a huge role, so obviously we're doing the best we can to cover as much as we can. Zombies are dumb. They should be dumb. The more NPCs tell us a bit more about the exciting lore. Yeah, that is the plan over time. We want to add a lot more lore bits in different ways, both for NPCs, but also in writings and symbols and different things to discover in different places in the world. We have a lot lore planned, and the plan is to start adding pieces of this in the world over time as well. Are concerned that the player merchants will try to manipulate the market and destroy the economy in the future? No, not really. You know, it's self-sustained naturally, as long as we give the components without any mistakes, obviously on prices and such that could cause us issues. But again, we have done this for over 10 years in the first game, and we saw how the economy was growing and peaking and how it was done in that game. And we try to utilize all that knowledge and experience to have a solid baseline here as well, and allow the players to choose the prices, supply and demand, and have a natural order on that. What is that monster? I literally just came in here. This is one of our upcoming new species for Modern Online. It's gonna scare the crap out of you. Very dangerous. You may find it hunting at nights and being very scary. And it's called Kaleno. Kaleno. Is there anything special for Alvarins? I mean, I can't run from people with minus 20 decks than me, and all the races have amazing perks. Oh my, Alvarin is one of the more popular, very powerful clade. It's interesting because depending on different period of time, people claim that it's been way OP, so many different exciting perks and bonuses. So it's shifted. And now we got to a point where people say Thursa's OP, Alvarin's OP, Ogmir's OP, humans OP, they're too versatile. And that means we have a pretty good balance. And we have a very wide spread of what players are playing. And that tells us one thing. We have a very good balance because there are very even amount of players in each and every clade race, and that was the goal, to make people excited for and thinking, this is my race, I want this one, I think it's good, and everyone thinks different, which is awesome. Humans OP, Alvarins are everywhere, exactly. Everything is OP, so nothing is really OP. Yep. I mean, humans can go wide on a lot of things, but not as deep on specific things like the other clays can do. So it all comes down to your style and preferences and what you enjoy relying on, or what kind of perks and whatever you choose. Yeah, but everyone very weak, not even joking, of course. And that is tying to their balance. Alvarins have some very specific perks that no one else have. They are always the fastest, and speed have always been king in this game. Jesus, sorry. Oh my god. I'm dying here. So, and along with those strength and bonuses, obviously comes some weakness to even it out. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on. I think it's OP. Sorry, I got a very strange... Got something in my throat. Ooh. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was messed up. I don't know why I got my throat, but it's something tingling. Oh my god, I need to eat something or something. I'm not sure if the problem is the move speed or lag, but I can't run from anyone with less sticks. The dude, Jesus, take a break. No, I mean, yeah, we made it sure that decks didn't have too much impact in speed, and that the speed variations and difference from the different clades was too great, because it was in the first game, and that gave a result that is not desirable, which was you only had 1 to 2 options, and that's it. Everything else was bad. Like Ogmirs, you never were playing on the Ogmir for anything other than standing in the city, crafting, for instance. Now, all of them are viable. They can all, kind of keep up on speed. But if you invest properly in building a speed algorithm, and you're making sure that you're reacting properly and using the environment properly, there's no way that anyone is keeping up with you. It's a very strong point. But yeah, some small mistakes may severely cost you a lot of hit points. That is, I guess, the downside with it, right? Don't you dare to die, Henrik. I'm doing my best. This is eggnog season. Eggnog season. You should pick some up. Oh. We know what it looks like when he blazes now. Yeah, I guess you're right. So who poisoned him, guys? No, I'm pretty good now. My throat was a little messed up there for a moment. But now I'm feeling pretty good. Don't milk enough customers to drink. Whole blood. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Dex most useless right now. We're looking through those numbers a little bit as well. We are still working a little bit there. But you trust on adding more wildlife spawns in an earlier stream. Is this 2 to 3x amount or more? What are your plans to have more spawns without destroying server stability? So right now we have more than 20,000 creatures spawn on Meerland at this very moment. And that is a lot of creature, right? A lot of creatures. But the world is huge. So that means you need to kind of hit those animals, which can still feel rare in several biomes and areas, which we obviously intend to improve so it doesn't feel too dead or empty or boring when you're exploring for going straight out there. So we have in the plans to add a lot more creatures, especially pinpointing on those areas that we know is lacking. And we're also covering, we have a heat map, we're covering, see people are moving in these areas. That helps us to allow to add more creatures around those areas so it looks and feels more alive. There are some rares and roaming paths as well that we can add in the world. So there's a few things. And obviously, we have quite a few creatures left that we are adding. That means, several hundreds new animals gonna be added in several locations due to those new animals. So I think you will see quite a big difference compared to now when we're done with those final steps. It's something we work on right now, taking it carefully, stepping forward to making sure that it's evenly spread out on the cost on the different server setup we have. And we've also done some really good optimization on the AI to make sure they are very cheap when they're not engaging with players, so we can still have a lot of animals out there. Like a few roaming bandits near the roads, add more of them. Yeah. I mean, you see some of them, right? Roaming and patrolling. Just a matter of time, right? It takes some time to add them and make those patrolling paths in different areas where they can walk around. But we plan to add quite a bit more for release, along with our new creatures. So it should feel, a lot more alive and variation and things when you explore. I think we have a pretty good what was it called, like mark, the colorful forest, right? There's a lot of action going on in the colorful forest. Whenever I see someone is running around there streaming, they have heat every second, so it's quite active there. So that is a good mark to that tells us, when we want something to be quite chaotic and hectic for the players. That is a good what's it called? What the hell is the word I'm looking for? A good reference, right? Yeah. We're gonna add different shields. Yes, we only have the round shields right now. We're gonna have kite shields, tower shields, from small to very large one. You can almost cover your whole body with the biggest tower shield we're planning. But the only thing that keeps us from adding them right now is we need new animation. As you can imagine, every combination of holding these new shields, you hold them in different ways and combine those with weapons, bam, then we're talking a lot of animation work. So that is why we only have the round shield for now. But yes, as soon as we can again get more developers, we will keep expanding several of these areas. How easy is it for a new player to start and play alone? Good question, Alaven Games. All Haven Games. How do I pronounce that? So yeah, now over the years we've seen a lot of solo players being exciting to enjoy Mortal Online, and it was quite harsh and severe, especially in the first game. So we have looked into that and trying our best in having a much better transition and adding a lot more solo content for those players that are enjoy that. And I think we already have a much improved position when it comes to for a new player to play alone. I mean, there's a lot of components that there's a lot going on when it comes to player interactions, player trades. And that's something we promote because it's exciting, it's part of the game, and the players puts the price for everything and they are in charge of everything pretty much. So the more you engage in that, there's a lot of profit and reward that can be taken from that. But yes, we have invested quite a lot to make sure that a new player, there's always something for a new player or a solo player, I would say, from solo content, even solo dungeons and creatures. And for instance, now when we're adding the housing in the next patch, this small house I would say is a perfect match for solo players without having to invest way too much crazy grind, while the bigger assets structures is obviously more suitable for a group or large guild. So and we're getting more and more, so I think it's very, very doable and interesting and possible now for more solo players, even more than in the first game. At low speed, people look goofy and floaty. Are you considering changing the animation from looking like running to a walk animation, just so people don't look like they're just running in slow motion? Yeah, I see what I mean. There's a transition, and it goes for pretty much all animation in the game. It's a challenge, we need to go through everything and see, does this look too fast or too slow? There are room for that in several areas of the game where it can be improved. For instance, when you do the highest gear on your horse, it starts to look a little fast almost a little ridiculous as well. So there are some room for sure to improve some of those animation states where it may feel a little bit too slow. But yeah, it's polished and something that we simply need to cover when we have the time to polish on that level. Right now we have a few more very important components and features bugs we need to cover before everything else. Will there be a chest in the first house release, and how many slots? Yes, there will be a default chest for you when you construct your first tier of house, and then there will be additionals. And then obviously with the furniture patch, you will be able to decide how many you want to add. You know, you can occupy a whole room with chests if you want to do that. So you will have a full freedom of designing your interiors with all kind of furniture and stuff with the furniture patch. But initially, you will only have like a set of chests by default. I love the trolls. Add some more troll spawns, give you some kind of Skyrim UO feeling. Yeah, I like the trolls too. And we're saving the other troll types for release. Because like I said again, so, you know, we've been testing the trolls and the mechanics, balancing them, and that gives us, you know, what we need to have the other troll types ready with new types of attacks and some different rewards, and for you guys to be excited again to head out there in the world on release day to find a lot of new cool creatures, including new bosses. So you will see more of them. Is Thievery in yet? No, it's not in yet. It's planned for sometime after release. Pretty high up there on the prioritized list. Thievery was always a fun, cool feature in Mortal 9, and I want the players to feel that it needs to be there early on because it's a big part of Mortal 9. You know, thievery, murders, and good players and good traders. There's, you know, all those different groups should be there, and it adds to a cool, exciting experience in the world. The noob starter sword, will you still let people have it after leaving Haven on release? So we want to limit this, right? We don't want to give you free items that you can abuse even though when you die because it's blessed. So obviously we need to look over durability and what you can bring from Haven and all that. That is something we're doing right now to make sure there's a good balance and it can't be really abused in a cheap way. Terrorbird's coming next patch. I'm not sure exactly which one it is. I don't keep track exactly of it, but it's done. So I think they're working on some of the finalizing animation now. Buff mages. They got a huge buff this latest patch actually. They have higher concentration, less failure rates when someone interrupts you, higher low to medium end damage on the spells to be able to quite effectively PvE with those spells. Pretty much every single person I introduced to the game has reacted negatively to slow movement and lack of sprinting. Yeah, so when you start, so this is also a tricky thing, right? It's still a RPG game, which means you evolve your character, you get stronger, you get faster and smarter. And obviously, if you want to have that RPG element where you feel that your character is progression, that wow, now I'm feeling fast, now I'm feeling strong, now I hit hard. That is kind of part of the RPG element, right? And that means if you're already max speed, you don't feel that progression. So, you know, sometimes it may be easy to forget that it is a RPG game as well, and compared with an action game where you just run fast instantly. We have buffed the speed. We have actually pulled up the minimum and starting speed because it was too slow initially. And, you know, we do want there to be some room for progression and feeling that progression. So it's a tricky balance. At the same time, obviously, we don't want to give new players a bad taste on those things. For instance, when you were swinging before with the newbie weapon, it was very slow and felt sluggish. We increased that heavily so it feels more fluid and fast. So yeah, it's that part that we need to consider as well and how we handle that. Someone told me keeps with be 19k gold to finish. No way that can be true. They were 5,000 in Modern 1, I believe. Sorry if I missed it. So no, not 19. So we're looking at so the stronghold is twice the size as the keeps in the first game, so they will cost more resources and also money. So we're looking around 9,000 gold, if I'm not mistaken, to fully construct. And then I'm talking about all tiers and upgrades on it as well, included in those 9,000. In the first game, you couldn't upgrade it, right? So when you fully upgrade it, it's going to be huge, more options for it. So you can start, I think it's around 3,000 at tier 1, so it's already a little bit cheaper than the keep in the first game. But it becomes more expensive when you fully upgrade it. So I think it's a pretty good starting balance to try that. And obviously you can just add additional costs on the castle because that is even more larger, more than twice the size as a stronghold. So we try to follow that kind of logic a little bit. No, like eaters are not in the game yet. Keep did cost 5k, hold alone. Then you need all materials for buildings to keep and its structures. Yes. Do you hear my dog snore? So we're starting with, so we're building a board game system that can support any board game in the future, which is really cool. So that system framework is getting in place now. I mean, we're starting with some basic easy games that anyone can play, like blackjack. We're looking at roulette, and we're looking at Texas Hold'em to start out with, and then maybe some dice games, and then we can, whatever game you may want to see, or anything we may come up with, we can add over time as well. You should explain that in a tutorial, that you gain speed and strength as you progress. Yeah, for sure. That is good thing to remind them that, okay, then it makes sense maybe why I'm weak and slow. I will get faster and stronger. It makes sense. 5k gold in Modern 1, but Modern 2 is really easy on making gold. Yeah, so obviously there's going to be a few changes in Modern 2. The infinite spawn of animals next to each city, that is, you can't deplete them, will obviously change. You need to go out further and further, hunt more and more to get resources and make money. So there will be a balance, obviously, as you can expect, change from now. But yeah, it's we made it with intention that going for a stronghold or castle should be quite an investment and achievement for a group, right? Texas Hold'em in Modern 2. I'm rich. We will see, Temujin. I will take your money. I will take your money. I like dice from Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, we will see. I mean, there's room for adding any type of board games. That is the beautiful and exciting thing with Online. We never get tired of it because there's so many cool new things to develop and add to the game. And for you guys, new type of mini games, board games, tavern games, new magic schools, new combat ways, new system features, the wagons, the boats, the ships, new structures over time, tons of different options, upgrades and variations. Furniture, never-ending furniture. This is why Modline is exciting and are here to stay for many years to come. There will be black nights in the game where will you have to use a torch when traveling? So since Milan have two very large moons rotating nave, they emit a lot of light, as you see and can understand, compared to our small moon here on Earth, even though it can be very bright, and that makes it rare to have a very dark night, but there can be circumstances where those are aligned or covered, where it could become very dark. But the common day or common night is that they are up on the sky and emits quite a lot of lights. So there's only a short transition when it's very dark, and then there's quite some light from the moons being emitted. But then there's an underground world. There's dungeons, a lot of them coming. Those will go from little light to light sources to pitch black. Will castle have 3 tiers like the house and strongholds, or more or less upgrade levels? Yes, the castles will follow the same rules, so they will have 3 tiers as well. So they become huge when you upgrade them like that. Can you develop some info regarding the arena play? 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2? There's going to be a lot of options for you to sign up. So there's going to be rules. So you can sign up for them. And that means when you have approved the rules, the gates are open. You can get in there. And you're going to supply yourself with those rules you've set. And then the other gates will open in front of you, close behind you, so no one else can come in and interfere or ruin the fight. And then you go into the arena and fight the other opponents. It could be everything from, like you said, one-on-one to team fights. Guild fights can sign up for them, to also PvE fights where you fight creatures. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the creatures in the arena houses in the arena district. Those creatures there are not a zoo, as we noticed some people say. They have a zoo now. They're actually creatures for the arena, beasts for fighting in arena. So there will be a lot of options, and then bettings as well. You can, the winner takes it all, and then there can be audience. They sign up and they can only go to the audience, and they can also bet for the game. And there will be maybe titles and ranks for you to try to become the arena champion as a solo player or as a group, and have different rewards. So it's going to be a very cool system to expand on over time. Serious question, Necromancy. I was deep into it more than 1, and 8 on is fully implemented more than 2. We don't have a time frame yet. It is the 3rd school that we're working on to deliver next. No time frame yet. When we update the roadmap, we may be able to, show you where we're standing. But it's too early yet. And it will be refined and a little change from the first game to be even more epic, because now we have no limitations as we had in the first game. Biggest game killer will be the griefing guilds that will murder over and over new players in towns. Yeah. So there's a few important components, obviously. The penalty and consequences to killing pets, horses, players is obviously a important balance part, and also security around important areas where you may need that security. So those are some of the things we're working on. So is that 9k plus resources, or 9k gold in gold and resources? No, so the 9k is the total gold amount for all the tiers for a stronghold. So tier 1, 2, 3, the total cost is 9,000 gold currently, what we're looking at. And you also need resources. So you need a set amount of metal type, and a set amount of stones, and a set amount of wood for each upgrade as well. Does Henrik smoke? I do not. Are there designated areas for housing? No, Riffer. You pick your location yourself and place the house. As long as it fits, you're gonna see a place indication. I showed that actually in my previous stream. It's saved on YouTube, so you can watch it, rewatch it. there's a pre-ghost image, kind of like it says where it's going to be placed. And if it's red, you can't place it. If it turns green, you can place it. You can rotate it and all stuff like that. So it's dynamic, free place house placement. And also stronghold, same way. It's huge, so you have to, may have to look a little bit further before you find a good spot for a stronghold. The only pre-designated locations are castles, and they are very specific with walls around them. There are only 16 on Milan, so you have to, to get one of those, you need to have the manpower, obviously, and you need to fight to get them, most likely. And it's a big team effort to take control of a castle location and construct all that. So it goes from very small house, solo content, to huge group content. Will we be able to build a house in Tetra Crater? So there will be some limitations where you won't be able to build houses, and that is for very good reasons, as you can understand. Specific lore area, specific dungeons, so they can't be blocked off. Specific paths, too close to current cities. Those will be the limitations to make sure the world is not being ruined. Doesn't stream show free to play? What? Doesn't Steam show free to play? I don't follow. The game is not free to play when it launches. It has a monthly subscription when the game is live. If you have bought the game, pre-purchased it, or have a donation pack, you have a month included in that as well. This question, just for the fact you cried about Sabura until it was removed, and now you are crying about pets. Is that all you can do, is cry about nerfs? So we have a lot of work still that you're going to see when it comes to finalizing the distribution of resources, animals in the world. So it's not final yet. You're going to see additional changes and added things to the game. Right now it's useless to make your own pickaxe, wood axe, and a plan changing this. You mean that you prefer to buy the bad ones, or why do you think it's useless? I mean, you can craft a pickaxe, wood axe that last much longer than the crappy ones you buy. And when you're building, constructing, you may want to have a good one. So I think there's room for crafting proper tools for you, especially when you're going to construct a lot of things. You don't have to go through them all. Annoyance. Casually skips my question about griefing. I just commented on it, didn't I? We are doing everything we can to eliminate and minimizing bad griefing and mechanics, because obviously we don't intend the player to be grief players, and there's room for thievery, stealing, murders, and RP murdering and such by simply following the rules and the penalties and the mechanics for it. But obviously, if there's stupid mistakes by lack of security or not enough penalty or whatever it may be, or bugs, obviously we intend to strike hard on those and limiting as much as we can of that. How much is monthly membership price afterwards? Is there a lifetime membership too? We are looking to maybe offer some of those crazy lifetimes we did in the first game. They will be quite expensive though, but there could be some cool stuff included with those lifetimes. In the first game, you could design an armor, a cape that is unique to you, name a NPC, and a lifetime. So pretty cool stuff included in that. We will see if we have the time to reach that anytime soon. But there will be the traditional price, those MMO that have a monthly subscription around $14 a month, and there will be most likely 1, 3, 6 month options and discount the bigger package you pick. But griefing is why I play. Caps, you can play without grief. Will there be an auction house? Yes, there is an auction house already. We call it a broker. So there's a broker system that allows you to put sell orders, buy orders, and do trades even when you're offline. My comments was about people logging in the bank. They only got kicked previously, but they were doing it in Tinder for weeks. Yeah, so those are some of the things. So obviously we want to make sure that there's mechanics in the game that can handle these issues rather than having our staff to jump in there and interfere. So we're looking into solutions to some of those. Obviously we're trying to make multiple entrances, wide entrances, so not one character just can stand there and block for everyone. Last resort is obviously when the staff needs to go there and interfere. We want to try to minimize that, both because staff shouldn't have to worry about that, and also because players may misunderstand why that happens. So like I said, we are widening, giving options to buildings that are crowded, and we're also looking at push, go through function when you're maybe stuck in a position like that. So those are the things we're trying to do to make sure it's solved already on its own. But it's fun. But it's not fun. Question. I just started this game. Is the map complete, or will there going to be additions to the map? Making it a bigger or adding new places, dungeon, or even adding some island with both gameplay as well? Jihan, thank you for that question. So Milan is the first continent which you join after Haven, obviously, and Milan is done in terms of all the whole continent. Just answer yes. So yeah, Milan is done, but what we are adding now, which is not done yet, which you see in our upcoming patches up to release, is new dungeons. A lot of dungeons, underground caves is being added now. So there are going to be a lot more things to explore and discover. Quite a lot more wildlife and animals and creatures and beasts going to be added. So you can expect that. And that's going to remain, for quite a while we're working on the next continent, which means, pretty much the double amount of size comes with that next continent. But we need more time until that continent is done. And then, yes, ships will eventually be very useful and even required to reach one of the continent that is a sunken continent. It's underwater, and you need to, construct your ship to go there and explore that continent. A whole world under sea. Pretty epic. Personally, I think a second paid character slot would be good. Solo player could be very hard, and it's hard to be completely self-sufficient. It's one of those very tough topics. We see the pros and cons, and there's two camps, obviously. They have pros and cons for sure. So, we are starting with one character. That is, what we set up and planned for. And, at one point in time, we had a diva system plan for multiple characters, but also we want to restrict characters because of many reasons. We redesigned the skill systems so you can be more than, it's almost like 3 characters in one compared to the first game when we are fully, done with the veteran system as well. And we want the players to be careful about your reputation. You invest a lot of more time in your character, and you roleplay that, and you can become famous or infamous on that character and that name. You can't just change it on a ninja run. And you don't have multiple characters you can do stupid things on. One, I'm a griefer, one, I'm a hater, one, I'm, super kind. And you hide behind all those crazy things. So and that also means that your player quality will go up. Because if you're an asshole, you're shutting doors in the world, and you may be creating a lot of enemies. And since the players are pretty much in charge of the world, you may want to think twice before you fool people or mess with the wrong people or the wrong guild, right? It's always a very strong thing to be nice, polite, and get along with a lot of people. Trust me, you get a long way by being chill and nice against most people, and that may be very rewarding to you. Just a very good tips. So you see, there's a lot of important things that ties to one character, one reputation. But like I said, we have a diva system, looking to see if there's something needed to, continue push this forward in the right direction. But we're careful now. We don't want to do big changes now when we're this close to release, as you can imagine. But I hope that kind of gives you an idea and picture. You can buy a second account and pay a sub, and you're all fine with that. But we can't buy a second slot to one account. I mean, that feedback and request obviously is on our table, right? It's not that we are fine or not fine. It's more like we designed the game to be a one-character system, just like Star Wars Galaxies. I don't know if you play that game, but it was an amazing MMORPG game, and it was designed around one-character system. And we kind of like that because there's many good, strong points in that. And that is why we start with that decision. And yeah, it's impossible to deny someone buying the game again on a new computer or whatever. It's just, impossible. And why do we want to try to prevent the impossible? That's up to anyone out there, right? And like I said, we need to more time to evaluate to see if if that's the common thing, and it's more convenient to have them on one account, or if there's an option for that, and if we don't interfere with the core design and plans we have. Right now we can't spend the time on it. As you can see, we're getting very close to release. We are very busy in delivering those very important fixes, polish, and missing feature first of all. But what about if you're a Thursa but want to play a mage? Yeah, then a Thursa isn't the best option, right? If you want to play a mage, then you probably not want to play a Thursa. You can, but it will not be optimal. This game is so good in combat, but it was low AI mobs to fight. I guess something will change. I mean, there's a lot of mobs in AI. There's different tiers. There are tier 1 AI and tier 2 AI. I don't know exactly what you've experienced so far or seen, but there's some really advanced, crazy AI going on in Mortal Kombat 2 right now that you can't see in any other MMO game. We are still polishing and fixing and balancing a lot of them. And we're adding a lot more of the tier 2 AI and bosses currently, including more creatures and dungeons. And eventually we're going to reach the tier 3 AI, which is very specific AI bosses encounters. Anyway, the chains are hard in Mortal Kombat 1. You had 4 character slots. So what we saw over the years in Mortal Kombat 1 with the character slot was that everyone was running around with 4 characters. They didn't invest in them. They didn't even know the name of them. And like I said, they were playing, annoying on one of them, an asshole on another one, and something else on another one. And they were guild jumping, fooling each other's, bad quality experience. And people hated, I have to jump on this boring character just to create some weapons to the guild and then jump off again. And there was no love and investment in the characters, and that just overall gave a worse gaming experience. That is why we took the decision to increase that quality level, make sure that you love your character and invest in your character, and make a name of yourself and reputation of yourself. And we split up the skill system. So a big step forward in improvement, and I hope that you guys will see that improving the gaming experience as well, both for you to have a more wide interesting character to build, expand, and play on, but also that hopefully you think twice before you may ruin your reputation on that character, and that means generally better gaming quality between players. With the map need a revamp when it becomes a globe, or is it rounded now? You don't know if it's flat or rounded, right? It's like on Earth, there are flat Earth believers and non-flat Earth believers. How do you know? How do you know? If you try to travel, obviously we need the ships, continue in one direction all the time. Where will you end up? In the other side of the continent, or will you hit a wall? You will see. But what if you're new and you don't know better and you're barely realizing you want to be a mage? Just something to ponder about. I'm pretty sure there are gonna be some sort of solution that's gonna be done for a problem like that doesn't require adding a character slot like buffing intermittently. Yeah, so obviously we're doing our best in trying to give the information when you create your character. So if you're a mage fan, you don't want to build a mage, there's going to be information when you choose your class races for this. So for instance, if you're okay, I think the Thursa looks cool, and when you pick that race, it says not a very good mage, but probably the strongest melee fighter in the game. Just like when you pick, like, you know, some of the other races, it may say options that, you know, strong mage options, etc. So we're trying to give that kind of information already there. And maybe we need to refine some step on Haven, like, okay, are you happy with this? You know, confirming some information. No, I want to try another build, another clade race. Maybe we can do something there if it's needed, if the information is not sufficient when you create the character. So yeah, we're looking into that. Do you believe in flat Earth? That guy sticks. I actually do not. I do not. Will there be cheaper subs for like 3, 6, etc.? Yes, most likely. This guy is too... what? Too good looking to be a developer. Or a programmer. I'm actually the CEO and game designer of Modline. How do you explain Antarctica then? Good question, good question. You made me scared for a moment. I did, right? With the pause. And don't forget to add your great-great-grandfather picture in Tinram. I miss it already, and it's a cool thought. My father is already in a painting in Tinram now, if you haven't noticed it. So yeah, he's back. He's back in Tinram, which is really cool. You will pay the big streamers to advertise the game. I got that question before, and like I said, we are very careful about how we handling investing our marketing money and awareness of the game. We don't just want to pay someone to talk about the game and not caring or understanding the game. You know, we want to find those players, influencers, or streamers that are looking for this type of game and, you know, can enjoy this type of game and let the game speak for itself. And if that means we, you know, utilize keys, etc., and that helps the situation, then that may be something we're looking into. We're going to invest some money in making awareness on different networks, gaming sites, etc., to make sure that people can find the game. So we're looking into all that now when we are in the release phase, looking to ramp up marketing and awareness. Got told that Modern 2 won't be a flat Earth at one point, but a globe. Indeed. Indeed. Copy and paste these before you log. Dan, high music. Alright, alright. Licensed game music has done indie games works in the past. Alright, alright. A lot more online. I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear it. Can't have online to being flat if we are to travel around the globe in our boats. Indeed, indeed. Do we have any flat Earth people in here? Is there any plan to make resource nodes destructible, even if partially, like chopping down a tree if you hit it X amount of times? Yeah, so that was actually the initial plan, and we have the design for it. But when we looked at the time and evaluated what we get for it, you know, compared to all other features we want and need, first of all, we have a prioritized order. It was a quite clear decision. It takes too much time. We can't implement that system right now. But again, after release, I really hope we get more resources. We can expand the team. That means we can put some guys going back to it and finish and build that system fully, and we will have that. So that is the plan eventually. But right now, it steals too much valuable features from the game that we need to deliver first. Have you learned anything from the New World launch disaster and current state of the game? You know, we learned our own mistakes, and pretty much what we can see, some of those or many of those mistakes that seems to happen in the world when we released Mortal 1 back in the days. We were new there then, you know, it was many years ago, and we run through all types of mistakes in pure hell. And yeah, we are much more equipped, experienced, and have proper system in place this time around. So I hope that we just, you know, continue and remain stable, and if things goes as planned, then yeah, we should hopefully have a quite stable release. But we can also expect some chaos. There, most likely, you know, that is, you know, you can't avoid that when that extreme pressure that is quite unnatural happens on release days. But we're prepared, and hopefully things will be somewhat smooth. Where is it? It's in Tinram, the painting in Tinram. I don't remember how exactly I say. I'm sure someone knows where the painting in here that can have a better direction. Could make another planet being flat, and if you walk over the edge, to fall into hell. Yeah. Does early access include a month free subscription release? Yes, if you do the pre-purchase of the game now on Steam or on our website, you will obviously have the game for release already and a month subscription included. Henrik, do you like anime log Horizon? I'm not sure. I'm not really up to date there. And buy on their website, no 30% to Steam. Indeed, it's a little bit more money to keep if people buy on our website, but you know, obviously Steam platform is huge. There are millions of players, so it's very valuable for us to, you know, reach out to a huge amount of players on their platform. So we get a lot in return, which we're super happy about, obviously. But yeah, it's an option on our website as well. For sure. Can you share any piece of information about Dracoon? Is it even in game? Spend 2 weeks looking at it. I'm actually not sure, Stain. I'm actually not sure if I can't say. I would have to look into that. Nobody's sure. I mean, like I said, we have a big batch of round when it comes to adding pickables, resources, and distributing balancing resources in the whole continent now before release. So it may be that it's coming along with some others in one of these patches. I'm not sure 100%. It's out there somewhere. Go fishing. I missed the stream. What is this creature on the screen? Putin. This is our new species called Keleno. Keleno. And that is, we're not revealing what type of creature, what and why, how, when, but it's a very horrific, scary, dangerous creature that's gonna hunt you during the nights and scare the crap out of you. Yeah. And this is an early work in progress. You know, roughly the anatomy is being done here. Obviously, we're missing the material and textures. It's a bad creature, very bad. Is that species tameable or dominatable? It may be dominatable, but I'm not sure yet. I need to confirm a few things with Mats. Do they work in packs or solo hunter? I can't say. There is the background is cool. You know, there's again thoughts behind it, and it makes sense. And you know, and it's cool if you can figure out some of those things, because I think it's figuring some of those things and getting it right is quite rewarding and cool. So yeah. It sounds delicious. Delicious. I hope these are packs. I bet if we farm it for mats, we can sell it. So you won't see these creatures during the day. That will be lit. You will see. You will have to find out where they are, or if, or wow, how, when. I'll leave that to you. But yeah, I couldn't. I didn't have much I could show in this stream, but this little sneak peek of a new type of species that we haven't seen before or got to in the first game. I think it's exciting time to reach these very cool, brutal creature that you never saw in the first game. You know, we're expanding the PvE greatly. So I've been exciting to reach this step now, getting to the real candy when it comes to scary, horrific, and cool creatures in different ways. Are keeps and building still on track for Tuesday? Sorry if you have answered this already. Yes, the next week's patch, we have small, medium houses with all tier upgrades, walls and walls upgrades, and strongholds with all tier upgrades, and the castle with all tier upgrades. So it's gonna be a blast. Gonna see you go crazy at those houses. Who gonna grab what castle? That's gonna be the question, guys. And are you gonna let everyone build those castles without a fight, or are you gonna prevent your enemies, or are you just gonna be busy building? Busy little bees. Looks like something from Doom. Yeah, it is a scary creature, and that is, you know, why, you know, what I mean with it's gonna be little exciting to see those never seen before creature that is cool, awesome, unique, and scary. Is the new creature a tier 2 AI? No, this one is a more common one, but you know, they're gonna be something. So pretty much the tier 2 AI, is connected with all boss behaviors, right? When they do crazy stuff. And there will be a lot of bosses over time as well. And some of these species have a whole family species, everything from like from just an example now, not just this specifically one, but like, workers to soldiers to queens to hive minds to different types of groups and brutes, bosses, rares in some of these different species. That's going to be really cool. You read the lore, I guess. The insectoids, Timatons attacks that hit all life on Milan, right? That kind of wipe life from Earth almost in the end of Mortal 1. And then, they just disappear, right? If you read the lore, then the Mortal 2 era is starting. And there will be different enemies, species, families that, you can encounter and fight. That's going to be an epic fight for life. But it's pretty cool, right? It's scary and cool looking creature, isn't it? I mean, it's a fresh experience now when it comes to us actually reaching those new specific creature that we never got to in the first game. So I hope you're gonna enjoy finding a lot of these new things. There'll be more NPCs throughout the open world come release, more life. There will be a lot more animals and creatures and new creatures. A few thousand new animal numbers going to be spread out in Milan for release, yes. And quite a few new dungeons as well. From easy dungeons to extremely difficult dungeons that no one of you going to be able to beat. No guild out there, not even the biggest guild currently in the beta, is going to be able to beat this dungeon. And sooner or later, you may beat this dungeon. Thanks for doing these streams. I hope they continue post-wipe. Yeah, I hope to as well. We plan to continue. We will see if we continue in the same form and same regular pace. We will see. But something for sure is Nahuat is going to be illegal. Yeah, it's I don't know if the rules are being changed on some of those illegal items from that is, banned from some of the societies which that planned was in the first game. Need to confirm some of the things with Mats, but there will be illegal things that can be transported. Smuggler, a smuggler profession. There will be room for that, trading and smuggling, and you can bribe your way, or you may be caught. Booby trap dungeon mechanics? Yes, there will be. And then plans for interactables in dungeons, such as levers being used. As an example, I've seen lots of noobs trying to pull a lever in the tower where it appears to be static. Yes, we have plans for that, yes. Although, if someone purged a dungeon, that it would be empty until another faction or race moved into it. Yeah, it could be quite empty and boring for quite a while then, right? So we want to make sure that there's a lot of action going on release day. Everything from PvE to PvP, obviously. Exciting, many different dungeons, many different treasures and rewards and risks, from easy to very challenging, as I said. It should be a lot of exciting actions for all guilds. And like I said, all guilds and players have been playing since beta. same thing for you guys. It's going to be exciting stuff for you to explore and find on release. Speaking of dungeons, a group of 4 fighters and 2 mages are getting shit on doing the Spider Queen. Can you please fine-tune her down? Those players were all vets too, so it seems kind of odd. We couldn't figure out the mechanics really, and we were starting to doubt there was even one. She just runs around targeting whatever, and the worst in that fight might have been the acid spit for 125 health. So, I mean, usually we got the feedback that the Spider Queen is quite easy for a decent group if you know how to. There's actually a good video of how to beat the Spider Queen effectively. So I was surprised that if you haven't managed with 4 fighters and 2 mages, because it sounds like it should be doable, I think. There's a way for sure to take it down with those numbers if done correctly. I'm excited about the dungeon no one can beat. We all need Ogmium armor. You're gonna see what you're gonna need to at least have a chance. And yeah, it's gonna be one of those exciting things to see when, I guess, is the question. I don't know. I mean, I don't dare to say if. It's safer to say when, right? Because you players are good and work together and find ways, right? So I guess the question is when. But there will be more of them. We're gonna add a few more of a time that to make sure that the question is if. Don't fine-tune the Spider Queen. What the fuck? Get good. Only the animation need fine-tuning. Yeah, I mean, any feedback, like I said, reports if something if there's a few things sometimes that happens with it when you don't see the whole animation when it climbs up, etc. Some of those things I've noticed reports on and seen that it's not fully running. But other than that, it's pretty much where it intended to be. It's a challenge. If you're a decent group, if you're a big group, it becomes quite easy. So yeah, depends on how you do it and how you coordinate your group. There are some events, in states where when she does things that you kind of need to react properly to be effective. I'll Zulu it easy. Alright. The Swedes do not sleep. Not really. It's nothing we really do in Sweden. We don't believe in sleeping. So we sleep around 20 minutes to 1 hour a day, and that's it. You get used to it, and you can make a game faster than anyone else in the world. Nah, not really. Sometime depends on when in session what's going on. But sleep is pretty important, right? It's when you defragmentate your brain and recover so you can be efficient. So we need sleep. Best racial traits. Would be nifty to not have to sleep that much, but yeah, it have an impact for sure. The castle fully upgraded are 12k gold. Starting price tier 1 is 5k. Very close to that, I think, yes. Or already preparing the amount of gold, Sloppy as Joe. I mean, I'm sure, you that been playing since, a long time now in the beta. Some of you guys are rich, right? So, but it's good to see that we're getting things going in a high speed. And we also have quite a few that doesn't afford things that obviously gonna work to afford them. So we're gonna see the whole spectrum, it's always about that spectrum. From poor that needs to make the effort to invest, and to those that kind of are getting there now. So we're going to see a lot of construction, and I think that is good. We're going to see the whole spectrum, and most likely we're going to see a lot of structures going up, which is good for testing. Completely not game related, but do you rate Zlatan Ibrahimovic? Do you rate Zlatan Ibrahimovic? What do you mean? Do you rate? How do you rate, or what? I mean, we as a player, football player or gamer, is quite a gamer. How do you rate? I mean, we grew up in the same city. I met him a few times. He's a nice, funny guy, and obviously very good at football, right? So, it's, yeah. I don't know what else to say other than, yeah, he's a very good football player, and he's a funny guy. Yeah, we played a little football when we were small here in Malmö. So, yeah. What the heck is that thing? That is our Keleno, our new species, invading, awakening. That's it. 12k gold. Pff, gonna gotta keep myself. Yeah, maybe. There be a way to wash armor so you don't stay bloody. We actually had a little nice feature in the first game. You just jumped down in water and went up, and you have washed away the blood. And, we can get that back. We just need a coder to spend time to make it happen. So as you can see, just all a matter of time, resources, and prioritized order. What do we need first and foremost before we reach into many of those small cool features? When you say football, do you mean soccer? Yes, that is right. Because the American people don't use the same words and metrics as the rest of the world, which is quite annoying. American football, soccer, they have to always do these decisions and change everything and make everyone else confusing, right? We use centimeters and kilograms, and you do pounds and foot. What the hell is that? Come on. So, yeah. In your term, soccer. That's pretty epic looking. I'm glad you like it. Still early on, as you can see, it's missing material and texture, which gonna make it look amazing. Yeah, 12k isn't that all match. Yeah, I mean, for a good big group, I'm sure you will be able to get those money without too much struggle. But I have to remind you guys, on release, when I'm getting closer to finalize the distribution of resources and animals, you have to go out. It will deplete, right? You won't just have 1,000 pigs next to every city. You will deplete them, you will kill them, and you have to move out and hunt. So there will be a difference a little bit when it comes to hunting and harvesting and such. Soccer must be a weird sport. Yeah. Get on it, America. Blame the Brits. They even drive on the wrong side of the road. That's crazy. Why can't we have the same metrics, rules, and such? It would make it so much easier. You even do the PM and aim thing rather than 24-hour clock. Come on, man. Come on. You do it in the military, but not in normal life. What is that? Come on. Come on, guys. We add football as a minigame in Modern 2. I'm not sure. It's hard to hunt where you are a melee fighter. Extraction benches and vendors for houses and castle will be post persistent, correct? Yeah, so as you've seen on the roadmap, we have the housing system, which is a huge complex system that allows you to construct and build from house to castles. And then we have the TC, a lot of TC, a big pack of TC structures and functions. And then we also have the sieging mechanics and siege offensive and defensive machines. So it's three big batches that gives you this. And then, you know, we have future TC structures and assets most likely, and additional options and variations on all these different structures that you may want to build. So there's going to be a lot over time, and obviously furniture and options will be an insane amount over time. And yes, with the furniture system that we work on now for release, if things goes as planned, you will be able to place benches, tools, structures, all kind of stuff in your houses and strongholds and castles. You know, there's going to be huge empty halls in your castle for you to design and decorate, and that's going to be a blast. And I want to visit your castle, guys. If you invite me in the game, because obviously I'm going to play the game in release, I hope you guys invite me to one and every castle so I can see what you have done. And I want to rate them. I want to see how creative you are and what kind of cool stuff you can build and how you design them. So I hope you guys invite me. Can you add breeding horses before release? Not, unfortunately, we can't. We need more time because we're rebuilding a few parts there that requires more time for us. I want to make a free village in the jungle beach. The guild gonna be flat, naive society. All right. Looking forward to see it. How long until we get furniture appliances? We're not making it for this housing patch we'll deliver now, next patch. But the plans are to delivering it before release. So that is the plan still. We just have to reorganize a little bit and doing our best to delivering it before release. Because it's a very cool feature, obviously, that adds to the housing. It makes it much more fun, right? So we really want it. You'll be an honorary guest in Bear Castle, Henrik. Sloppy's Joe, so you are in Bear. So which castle are you taking? I don't keep track of all the locations, or if you even reveal a location. I only know, what are they called? Shit, I drop names like a fly. The one in the Sussex Lake. What the hell is that guild called now? I keep forgetting the guild names. But I know they have been openly claiming that castle, right? Help me out, guys. Who's claiming the Sussex Lake castle? ECH. No. Rats. What are they called? Legion. Exactly, Legion, right? Legion is claiming that one, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I heard in the community. What castle are Beer claiming then? What area? Our guest Immortaline 2, if that's a thing. Quests. Sorry, I misread. We don't have the traditional quests. We have something called tasks. There will be different NPCs in every city where you start in, and there may also be hidden secret NPCs in the world that you can find, and they offer you tasks, and they're kind of like a job and a little bit like a quest, but not the traditional way when you're gonna first bring 5 flowers and then kill 5 pigs, and then, you know, the drill, the World of Warcraft quest. It's more like if you want to take a job from the Tineramic Empire, for instance, they need transportation of different regions because they lack it, and they tell you to bring this to this task guy in another city or something like that, and you will gain standings, gold, and clade experience, for instance. And so we're starting with it right now in the beta. We have transportation tasks. but there will also be some really interesting tasks, which is free rescue tasks and eventually assassinate tasks. And also we're looking into crafting and task as well. So there's going to be a really nice option for those that, you know, aren't entirely sure what to do yet, but you can always do these tasks and work for the different nation, work on your standings and progressing your character, exploring the world in an interesting way and making money. So that is our type of quest, but yeah, we call them tasks, but it's more like a work for the nations or the different nations in the game, or even take part of conflicts, which means you can actually make some enemies by doing some of those. So you need to be careful of what you're doing. Henrik, please tell me that you'll make it VR. Huge VR fan here, and I can tell you that yes, we will, and we're actually planning to do it quite early on, because there's you know, VR is growing and it is cool. And you know, what would be the best MMO out there to support VR if not a true dedicated first person only game? Bam! More online. So yes, we want VR support early on, and that is a plan so far. Starting with the rendering, still playing with mouse and keyboard, and then we have to look into control control scheme, how we may be able to make use of different controls. But we're starting with mouse and keyboard. Bam. Yeah, it's cool to see, you know, when we started years ago, to see we're finishing all these components, and now we actually, the next on the table are, you know, getting closer and closer to those things that we thought, oh, it's going to take a long time before we're there. But it's so cool to see now we're getting there. It's a really cool experience, you know, getting there with Mortal Line, and you being part of the journey is awesome, and having your support there will be insane. I agree. Obviously it's not for everyone, because some people get motion sick, depending on how much you run around and such, obviously as additional strain. But just sitting in your castle with your guildmates, having it nicely decorated, you have the fire sparkling around you, sitting there in a round table, talking, socializing in VR. I can't wait. It's going to be really cool. Sitting in a tavern in the city, socializing with people in VR and VoIP. I mean, it can't get cooler than that, right? Playing some games. So yeah, we have a really cool, exciting future ahead, I think. Imagine all the fish. Can I have your babies? Yeah, we'll see. Will you create a map editor that players can use to contribute and send their creations directly to the dev team to approve and add to the game world? We're trying to do something better than that, and that is, obviously players are creative in creating their own maps. There is, you know, this map online that is very cool work, community made. But what we're doing is we have a profession in the game where you can learn cartography, making maps, which means you go into a state, and if you have the skills and proper components, you walk in the world, and that will mapping the world for you, which is really cool. So, and depending on your skills and how you walk, that will be accurate or non-accurate. And when that map is finished, you can sell that or trade that or even copy it. So, and you can do it on small scales or larger scales, depending on how your skills again and how you walk and map the world. So you could actually walk around if you're skilled enough to map out a city and make a map of that and sell to players. You can also be crappy map maker or do it wrongly and have a very skewed bad map. But it's a cool feature that we are hoping to do, you know, quite soon. We will see. How would the melee combat work in VR versus mouse and board? Yeah, so that is obviously a big challenge. There's so many different or challenging components when it comes to that over the network as well. So that's why I said we are, you know, most likely starting with the first step, which is rendering the game properly in VR, making sure the user interface are read well in the VR, which is the biggest challenge first, I would say. and then you continue with mouse and keyboard. And then there is the big challenge how we could incorporate controllers somehow, but that will be later. Can you cut other players' head off in immersive mode yet? If I recall, we had to disable limb disemblement because we had a bug that crashed clients, and I don't remember if we fixed it. Can anyone correct me? It's hard to keep track of everything, but I don't remember if we fixed it yet and enabled it again. But we should, obviously, as soon as we can. It's still turned off. Yeah, I thought so. So we haven't had the time yet to fix it and enable it, sadly. But we should soon. I mean, terraforming. So we're looking into a few things that could maybe change our terrain system a little bit. And one of the big things that we may want to do it is because it is your workflow, but also improving the performance in the game. If that is the case, there is one big bonus that is interesting, but that we do need to put some limits on, quite severe limits, I would assume, and that is actually terraforming. As you know, it comes with some pros and cons, terraformers, and some critical things, because if someone can just change the terrain completely, that will lead to a lot of strange things, For instance, we build a very specific underground area, and you can just grow, ruin all that or break all that and make the game world look insane. Those are the things, obviously, we need to look into to make sure it's limited, or however that may work. But it's still a little bit too early on. But we're looking into this right now because we're looking into expanding. We're looking into our other continents, and we want to evaluate to see if we want to do some of those changes that could allow some terraforming. Will the player map save its bad quality or not on it? I hope not. I will make some very funny and memorable interactions. Yeah, I mean, you that made it maybe should have some kind of feedback and proper tools, right? Or you don't know until you look at it, right? But yeah, some things fits and are just natural, cool, and exciting when it comes to, okay, it became like this, I messed up, and if you read it correct or wrong, you may see that, okay, this is a crappy map maker. It's too skewed or wrong. And in some cases, just like you said, we don't want to spoil things if it's not needed or necessary, and if it adds something of value when we don't. So it's always something we have keep in mind when we add and expand on game. That's one of my favorite parts of getting a kill. To cut off a head, you mean? Yeah, we should get it back sooner rather than later, I hope. But when will it release for other consoles, and if so, will it be cross-play? Right now, we have no plans to support anything else than PC, and that is because there's no time in hell that we can at least start even look at something like that. It would be a huge project on its own. Modern Online is pushing the boundaries. There's also a reason why I don't see many games like this. There's so many challenges, so many difficulties that you need to go through to make it work. And I'm very proud and happy to see that we made it to work very well to this point today with Mortal Kombat 2. But there are many limitations and things that we need to completely change and rework when it comes to putting support for a console, for instance. The control, for instance, how you control and play the game, the hardware component and restrictions and that you need to build on, and the user interface if you're using a controller. There's a lot of things that is critical and needs a lot of work, and we simply don't have the time right now. But never say never in the future, you never know, but it's nothing we are remotely looking at this point in time. Henrik, will we get fishing upon release or sooner? It's scheduled for around December, so hopefully we will be able to have that fishing contest in the Christmas days and enjoy some Christmas fishing time together. That is the plan. And it's a really, really good fishing system. So it's not in game yet, but like I said, the plan is in December. Henrik, I don't know if you know that in Russian, when you trade with another player, the button confirming that trade is called reject. Does it say reject when you've clicked it, or does it say that before? If that's the case, then yeah, it's a mistake, right? It should be accept. Good find, and maybe we need the help of a Russian player then, or a Russian translator, to find that in the translation site to help us or update that word. Ice fishing. Fishing for Christmas. Do you think the server will be too overcrowded, and how will you combat that? I do think we will be overcrowded because the interest and demand for this game have been insane, and it's growing. So obviously we have done everything we can to improve the threshold, the caps on our capacity, expand on it, and we have really solid plans in motion we work on now to increase that greatly. And we feel very confident at this point. So it's going to be exciting. But yes, you know, there is one natural threshold, which obviously comes down to Milan, right? The physical space, the size. It's a huge continent, which is great because we will need it. But, you know, if we throw in several thousands of players, eventually it's going to feel very crowded. And when you venture into this deep jungle and vast steppes, you're going to see players popping up everywhere. Just like, you know, it even happened in the stress test. People were running around in jungle and poof, people jumped up out of that dense jungle that is very easy to get lost in. And so, you know, several thousand of players going to make Milan feel crowded eventually. And also when people are starting to build cities and houses, that also going to, you know, eventually run out of space. So that there is a natural threshold there that we will most likely reach, which means we need to continue pushing forward in expanding the world, and that is our second continent, which means we're gonna have, you know, double amount of land space for the players with that continent. But we have a very good plan for the havens, where we set up. This is the only place where we do instance, right? And the haven is the tutorial place. But also we have added more to haven so people can start learning game, enjoying the game, learning, building your character. And we hope that players will, you know, stay there for a while, because that's going to help. So we're working on that transition to make sure that, and we're also working on a very magical, amazing feature, which we can't promise, but there's a chance that this could happen. I guess the coders feel the stress and get mad of me revealing it, but as you can understand, if you joins Haven, we're building a system that makes the Haven being offloaded from queue and stress, which means no matter what, how many players want to play the game can join Havens. And then obviously we have a queue to Milan depending on the stress there. But imagine if you can continue playing while you are in queue. That is a very magical feature right there, which we are hoping to cover. It will make things much better for the players, right? But like I said, I can't promise that one, so don't take my word that that will be the case. But we're doing some really good optimization and work on being as prepared as we can for a huge release, because you know, we've seen the signs, we've seen the steps now we're moving forward, that we're probably in for a big amount of players joining in on release day. I mean, there's huge many guilds that some of them have tested the stress test, many of them actually, and they all say we're here for release day. You know, we're all gonna start playing on release day. They're not playing now. Some of them don't want to spoil things, so we can anticipate a lot of players, and that's gonna be exciting. Can you build houses everywhere? Yes, very few limitations, like near too close to dungeons or cities or such, but pretty much free placement anywhere in the world. Haven should be a free-to-play, lower barrier to entry. Yeah, it's, you know, since we discussed that months ago, we, you know, the more and more we think about it and we building support for it, that may actually be a good case. So yeah, after release, we have to look over our roadmap, our resources, to see if it's suitable to take that step eventually. That may be a good case actually, that allow free to play to try the game on Haven, and you can play around there as long as you want, and whenever you're ready, you can take the step into the Muland and commit. This is the most insane game project I have ever seen. It is a very ambitious project, and it's quite crazy, and yeah, it's you know, we've been here for 16 years, almost 16 years working on this, and we're getting so close now to start the persistent state of Mortal Online, which is just a magical feeling. And you know, the journey doesn't stop there, obviously. It just starts there in terms of feature as well. We have a lot of cool features, and that is also, we always say that Mortal Online will never be finished. We can't just say no, it's done, because every second week we're adding new content and new cool stuff, and some very big cool features, you know, on the upcoming roadmap after release as well, that are gonna keep players excited and interested. And you know, some players are waiting for a specific magic school or the boats, for instance, and they will be in sooner or later. That's gonna be exciting for players to explore. When January 25 hits, will reading books be slowed down from what it is now as the hours passing? Yeah, you know, it says several hours, right? But it just takes a few minutes, so they're gonna follow what it says. But the more intelligence you have and reading skill, the faster it goes. So you know, it may shrink. The time may go down. So that is something to consider. But yeah, skill gains, reading books would be a normal speed rate. Would be awesome if you could pull it off. Exactly. That is a very big feature that we thought about and saw, maybe it's possible. So we will see. But like I said, it's a big, cool, exciting bonus. We will see. And if not, for release day, you know, if you look at Mortal Online 1, the pressure didn't stop for weeks. It was a constant flow, so we will see. Star Citizen couldn't come close to this. I mean, it's an exciting project as well as Star Citizen. I've been looking on it on and off. There's quite a few things I liked about it. I played EVE Online for quite a few years, not so much anymore. And obviously, it's a quite exciting step from EVE Online to Star Citizen. But yeah, also, you know, they need to, been so many years, they need to show that it's becoming a MMORPG, large scale as well. I don't know. We will see. The future will tell. What other school other than necromancy and shamanism is to implement? Surprise me. So there's quite a lot of different schools. We have, for instance, staff magic, illusionist school, mentalism, animism, elementalism, if I didn't say it, dragon magic, demonology, necromancy is the upcoming one, harmonism is one school. Have I forgot some schools, guys? Those are some of the schools. And I could just open the stream. Can you give a percentage of content that will be added on release compared to that's in the beta right now? Oof. Hard to say. I don't know the numbers. But we're gonna add a few thousands animals, spawners throughout the world. And we have quite a few creatures and monsters left to be added, and a few bosses, and quite a few dungeons and caves, and underground secret section and stuff being worked on. More pickables, world distribution of resources and animals, additional. The plan is obviously to make sure that the game feels alive and filled with exciting, interesting things. Good enough in a good level for release. And there's still some components and creatures that will be added after release as well. There's a few creatures more we want to add to the game. Also, some of those that didn't make it in the first game. So there will be more. Add a special graphic preset for VR. Frame pacing is more important than prevent motion sickness. I only get 50-60 FPS with my 1080 on high. Yeah, we will see when we go deep into the VR options. It will happen sometime after release. Star Citizen is ambitious, but it seems it won't ever reach its goals. Yeah, I mean, what I think is nuts with it is that it's one of the most successful crowd-funded game ever. It's insane amount of money that have been backed off, and if we got 1,000th of that fundings, we will shock the world with Mortal Online even more than we do right now with nothing, pretty much. So that will be the dream, to get some of those crazy resources. Mortal Online will be going forward in a crazy way if we had such resources. Spiritism. Yeah, the Spiritism is in already. Ecumenical and Spiritism, but yeah. Well, then I think I got them all. Yeah, maybe I did. When could we able to name our bags in the bank? Good question. It's one of those quality of life that for sure we want, but I can't answer when. Hey, will there be a system to apprehend people and tie them up, keep them in cage or prison? Not for my kink or anything. We're quite careful when it comes to a player imprisoning another player, and if you can't play and do what you're set out to do, especially if you have limited gaming hours a day to participate in the game, we want to make sure that a player can't prevent you from playing the game. So but there's room for some areas where if you choose to do this, there could be consequences like that. And we're also adding, it's not an imprisonment, but we want to add a feature where you can pretty much say, this is a robbery. Hands up, let me check your bags and I will spare your life. Please don't kill me. I have nothing. And I let you check my pockets and you see, yeah, you have nothing. Proceed. I don't want to waste killing you. That could also help not killing innocent people. That is not worth it. Or you simply pass over those items to not being killed. But yeah, the imprisonment could have some support in some systems, like thievery in special cases. But then, again, it needs to be a very clear consequence. So you're set up for that. Henrik, are you still streaming? It's bedtime. Yeah, it's getting there. I need to wrap up in a moment here. Just need more exposure. Indeed. And that is what we're stepping into now, pinpointing, exposure, marketing, getting ready for the big step for release. So season just keeps going, because if they ran with the money, they would be held to pay. Yeah, and also they have a successful business model already, right? Why risk by going live and not being able to deliver, have happy customers, you know. They may as well stay where they are and getting millions every month and delivering those ships and not risk anything. DH Bloodwolf, thank you for the subscription. 5 months, man. Thank you. Get Jeff Bezos to sponsor you. Or Elon Musk. He likes to compete with Jeff's project. Yeah, Jeff Bezos is behind New World, right? So I don't know if he would be interested in the other part of the spectrum when it comes to a theme park versus sandbox game. But Elon Musk, you know, I like his ideas, and I think he will be more interested in a game like this, very innovative, freedom, creative minds can be rewarded, risk reward. I think Elon Musk will be a better fit. I don't know. Just make it so you can see that at all time. Yeah, that is a good fail-safe component. I need to tag him when we release. You know, he's been a gamer as well, Elon Musk, right? He likes science fiction a lot, though. So I wonder though if he will like fantasy. But I need to tag him, see if we can get him to respond. So it only makes sense. Musk endorses Immortal. Indeed. 61 days to release, guys. We're almost there. Indeed. I feel like you guys are already doing great. My friend started playing Borderlands 2 while I started playing New World, since I was looking for a game that's a bit more polished, and look how it worked out for me. So right now I'm waiting for you to flesh out the system a bit more and add some general polish before I start playing Borderlands 2. There might be many people like me who will give a smaller game like Borderlands 2 a chance after witnessing how large brands don't ensure quality and polish. I think you're absolutely right, and yes, we still have areas to polish and improve for sure, and that is what we are working on very hard, and along with the last important content features, and yeah, a lot of dungeons and creatures to have an exciting world. So far, you know, things are running very smooth and we are on schedule, except the furniture that we missed on a little bit on this next patch. But it looks like we have a solution to have it covered in one of our upcoming patches instead. And yeah, I hope you join us on release. And yes, hopefully we will remain on having a stable server and clients and ready for the good amount of players joining, because yeah, we know there's a huge amount of players in guilds that are waiting and ready to start on the 25th. Just make it so you can go to the moon will invest. I got a crash when starting Borderlands 2. Needs to send reports. Dix2 11 works though. Yeah, if you get a crash dump, click that submit bug report so it goes to our coder so they can take a look on it. It's very valuable if you always send those reports whenever you can, if you get them. That helps us to look into those issues and fix them if it's something on our end. Sorry for a wall of text. No, don't worry. How many pieces of furniture and decorations will we have when they are introduced? So I don't know exactly how many we're looking at. My artist presented a batch of, there was hundreds. The screen was full to show us what kind of options we have. So we're gonna pick out a good pack of chairs, tables, light sources, chests, obviously carpets, you know, cozy things, and make a good pack. Pick those, make sure they look solid and run solid, and have that as a starting pack, and that should get you going, you know, to get going and make a nice home for yourself. And then we can continue on there. Next patch or next again, you're most likely gonna see additional packs for furniture stuff. And eventually we're also gonna enter the trophies, where you can hunt the different animals and creatures and bosses and put those heads on your wall. So eventually you can put those, collect them all, right? All the bosses could be cool to show as trophies. So you're gonna see a lot of those going in upcoming patches. Is it free building or preset buildings? All buildings except the castles are free building. You just need to find a good spot in the world, not too steep sloping. It needs to be quite even, and obviously not a tree or big rock in the way. But other than that, and not too close to dungeons or cities, etc. Other than that, you're free to find your spot in the world and place it and upgrade it and decorate it. Same with strongholds. There's the only place that are presets are the castle location with walls around them. Very specific places in the world, tactical locations with different options, and there are 16 of those. So if you're a big group or guild, that could be exciting content to try to go for or fight for. I'm sure there will be many guilds going for those 16 on release. So gonna be exciting to see who gets what and who got to keep what. The castle come with a priest? No. We have the TC functions and structures, etc., and hiring NPCs come with the TC patch. So only house building, stronghold, castle, walls at the first step. But you're saying you can free build the house? Or sure you showed us presets? No, it's free building. I mean, presets is where you can't choose the locations. You choose the location, right? What about stronghold? So stronghold is, we're looking at around 9,000 gold for a fully upgraded stronghold. Starts with around 3,000 gold. Yeah, the house foundation is, one set. We only have one design so far for houses. Later on, you're gonna have multiple designs and options and even more types of designs. And then clay inspired as well. What is a stronghold? So stronghold is a very large house that is suitable for a group or a guild. It's a very big base, which you can build together and stay in there together. There are several floors, like a fortress, very strong building. So that is a group effort, most likely. And if you want to go even bigger than that, then you have the castles and the walls, which is obviously even bigger, more expensive, requires more resources to construct. Are houses destructible by anyone when you're logged out? Yes, but we're very careful here when it comes to how to destroy a house and the risk reward by doing so. Because obviously if you build a house, invest a lot of time and resources in building your perfect home somewhere, and the next day when you wake up it's gone, that means people won't be building houses or cities. So if the natural way or reason to destroy someone's house is when you have pure enemies or occupying your guild's area, and someone is occupying that area and ruining your plans or city, and you're not getting him to move. He refuse, or like I said, if it's enemies, you really want to destroy each other's. That's when you can commit and invest in sieging and destroying things. It costs, it comes with risks, and that's how you effectively can destroy assets. But that means you need to invest and build siege machineries, and that's not just easy and quick and cheap. So if you build a house, claim your ground somewhere in the world, the odds should be extremely small that someone starts to engage destroying that house. There should be a very solid or valid reason for them to commit to that. So I think that in general, people will be able to build their houses and cities without fearing too much to lose those things when you log out for the day. As long as you, like I said, you don't have too many enemies that really want to commit. And then, of course, we're getting into conflicts and various reasons to engage in conflicts and fight each others. And that's obviously for those that are excited about PvP and wars. There's going to be some options and things to go there for those that want to do that. Any plans to add more tasks in the next few patches? We have a good amount that we plan to add sometime in the upcoming patches, yes, for release at least. So free placement of preset buildings that you can free place, decorate, and furniture in. Right? Just checking so I don't tell people wrong stuff. Yes. So you have a deed, a print of a house. So you choose the design, what type of house you want to build. We start with a quite basic small, quite basic medium, and then we have the stronghold that anyone can buy as a deed print. And when you enable this deed, you're going to see presets out in the world. So you're going to be able to place it wherever you want, and it's going to show red when you can't place it. It's going to show green when you can place it. And it also shows you the silhouette of the house, how it's going to look. And then you can upgrade that to become larger and have more hit points, etc., with obviously more cost as well, resources and money. And yes, when we hit the furniture patch, you will be able to buy a lot of good base set of furniture, some different types that you can place and also find in the world that you can take to your house or stronghold or castle and put wherever you want on the floor or walls or on the roof. And you can also, pretty much design your rooms in these big empty halls if you build something big that allows you to create a little room or something like that. So you're going to be able to design your house, and more also, the more of these obviously furniture packs we're going to add in upcoming patches. Can you deconstruct house for deed? No, you're not going to be able to take it down and have it as a deed and then you can put it up somewhere else. You will be able to deconstruct your house, which means you kind assemble your house in an efficient way, so you can at least get access to some of the building assets that you can reuse again to build anything else. You will be able to, because we're going to get more deeds and different upgrades, etc. over time, which means, and we want to make that kind of efficient and convenient for you. So that means you can put it in a construction state again when you have this new deed and convert it into this next design or whatever you want to convert it into. So we're trying to make it quite convenient for you in a way if you want to upgrade something or change something, but you can't just get it all back and a deed back. You have to kind of disassemble it, get the resources and transport them, or just construct something new or upgrade something new. Is it wrong to say that adding 3 vendors just for 3 specific trades isn't the best? I'm not sure I follow there. Will Henrik be building a house in Morland 2? I will. I will be building a house with my girlfriend somewhere in Nave. And maybe something with some friends playing. We'll see. Any plans for an architect building and miniature models of the houses and their expansion to players? So players know what they're buying. That is a good idea, actually. Because we've been thinking about that. You just see the name of this deed. Obviously, now we're only starting with one, so it's going to be quite easy for people to see how those look. You can see them pretty much already in my streams. But yeah, I guess over time we add more and more. People may wonder, how the hell does this look? Am I gonna like it or not? So yeah, maybe we can do something like that, a miniature version. We will see. It's a good idea. I'm gonna have to scoot. Great Steam. Thanks for answering everything so succinctly. And if I don't join on our stream, then see you on release and good luck. Thank you so much, Riffert, and have a good night. Will making houses and selling them be an option? Trading houses, for example. We'll look into that. We have engineering and skills involving specific upgrades and constructing, additional to obviously building more efficiently and doing specific prints. So you may be able to sell these prints if you are engineering. We're looking into what the natural step be here, because obviously we have this rule with one normal house tile per account. TC have a little additional rules on top of that where you can expand using your first house or base or whatever you choose to start out with. So we will see how we can give some options for the engineer and architects in that case. But you will at least have the options, tools to change owner, so you can actually trade and sell your house when it's constructed. So there's quite a few options and tools we're adding down the road as well that we won't have initially. Is there going to be fly fishing poles and seal, ocean, salt water and freshwater fishing? And there will be salt and freshwater fishing, yes. Many different types of, all ponds, lakes, rivers, oceans. You'll be able to fish in all of them whenever there is water. And there will be different types of fishes and creatures to discover in all of these locations. And there will be so many factors when it comes to how you can hook those fishes. Time of day, types of baits, and depth of your fishing depth and stuff like that. I was talking about the NPC vendor system when there are 3 spiritists NPCs just to make single trades. I'm just concerned about the scalability of it. I'm not sure, man. Fishing sounds fishy. It's not that fishy. It's based on a lot of real life scenarios, I would say. Holy cow. I'm hitting 6 hours. What the hell is going on? Guys, how the hell did we reach 6 hour stream? That is crazy. I don't know how the time can run that quickly. Crazy. I thought I was getting close to 3 hours. But yeah, time is flying, guys. Time is flying. I think it's bedtime indeed. We have had a quite a stream session today. Your passion leads to chat. Indeed. It's always fun to talk about Mortal Online and exciting especially getting this close to that big day. Don't look at the time, follow the rise of the sun. But that's the problem, we're in Sweden, right? It's dark non-stop now during winter, you know. We have like sun is just up a few hours, then we have darkness again. All right, guys, do we do a little raid perhaps? If anyone wanna watch someone is doing some in-gaming stuff as well. We have quite a few streaming. Is there anyone you would like to join in their adventure? We have a few new guys streaming as well, which is awesome to see, guys. Dark as a troll horse. Almighties. Do you wanna follow Almighty's adventure? Then let's do it. Guys, thank you so much for participating in today's stream. A lot of good questions. We see a lot of new people showing up, and we're having awesome conversations and discussing things. Good suggestions, ideas, and feedback as well. And all your buying merchandises, donations, and subscriptions and gifts is just awesome. I can't express enough how grateful we are for your support. It makes a huge difference for me and the team. You're boosting our energy to a whole new level, and it makes us go even harder in delivering an amazing game that we all can enjoy. So yeah, thank you so much, guys, for tonight, and I really hope to see you on the next stream as well, so we can have a good time there as well. And that means we should be doing some housing, right? Because housing should be on the live server, so maybe we can run around and build some house together. That would be cool, right? Let's see if we can figure something fun out, if you guys are up for it. That would be cool. And all your buying merchandises, holy shit, what donations and subscriptions. I hear my own just sound awesome. I can't express enough how grateful we are for your support. It makes a huge difference. What did I click? Me and the team. I clicked my window. I confused myself. All right, guys, I'm gonna do a little raid, and thank you so much, and I hope to see you next stream. And let's see if we can do some house building together or something like that. That would be fun, I think. Let's see. Lip syncs his streams. No, sorry, I accidentally enabled my volume on my stream. All right, guys, thank you so much. Have a very good night, and I will catch you soon again. And I will do a little raid to my distance, so you can watch this crazy adventure. All right, guys, have a good night, and see you soon. Bye bye.